Okay, hello everybody. Thanks a lot for those who are joining us. Okay, hello guys. We'll be waiting a bit for other people who are a bit late, so we make sure nobody misses the beginning. And we'll start in 5 minutes. Hello to everyone who is joining. I'll just tell again that we're waiting a few more minutes to make sure all people who want to join us will make it till the beginning. And we'll be starting very soon. So please stay with us. Okay, thank you guys for joining. We're waiting for a few more minutes for our speaker. He's just about to join us. First speaker is Craig Campbell, and we'll be starting very, very soon. So please stay with us. Okay, guys, so while we're waiting for our speaker to join us, I'll make a short introduction. So, first of all, thanks everybody for joining us. We are really happy to see you all at our SEO party, and we really hope that this event will be insightful, will be interesting for all of you. My name is Marta, I'm business development lead here at Plurdy, and today I will be hosting and moderating this event, this is SEO party. SEO experts from different companies are gathering today at our virtual SEO party to talk about hottest SEO trends in 2022 and also to share their tips and tricks on how to handle SEO like a pro. And I will tell you a bit about our agenda for today. So the agenda is following. First, we'll have Craig Campbell talking about affiliate marketing SEO. Together with him, we'll dive into topical clustering, buying and selling digital assets. We'll answer the question how to scale your SEO. We'll talk about content strategy and link building. Our second guest is Malte Landwehr, who will share a few interesting cases about manipulating Google autocomplete suggestions and Google search result. Then we will chat with Mason Yu from ClickUp. We'll talk about link building, partnerships, and outreach. Our fourth guest is Carlton Miller. Together with him, we'll talk about organic intelligence. He will do the presentation outlining how and why it is paramount of large brands to be aware and tuned into organic trends. And finally, we will chat with Kevin Indigo from Shopify and discuss SEO trends for 2022. Few technical moments after each of the presentations, each of the Q&A sessions. You will have the opportunity to ask your questions to the speakers. You can just write them in a chat, and I will read those questions. Speakers will answer them, will try to answer them, and depending on the timing, we'll see how many questions we can take. So that's it for the intro and for the technical side. Just a few more minutes waiting for the Craig, who is about to join us, and we'll start our first presentation. So please stay with us. Okay, I see question in the chat. Craig is coming. He will be here very soon. His presentation is supposed to start just in 1 minute, so let's see if he makes it. But he's definitely coming, so please stay here. Okay, guys, so Craig is with us, and we can begin our first presentation. I'll just make a quick intro. So Craig Campbell is an expert who has been doing SEO for 20 years. He's a successful businessman who runs a number of his own companies and is well known as Craig Campbell SEO in the world of search engine optimization. Craig is also known for his public speaking appearances in the digital marketing industry and for offering valuable tips and advice through his YouTube channel that is now became the main focus of his career. So, Craig, happy to see you. Welcome to our event.
Thank you for having me, and apologies for coming late. I couldn't get on the call. I'm just like on the call, and the person kept talking, and I'm like, fuck. So sorry.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, no worries. But our audience was really waiting for you. So yeah, let's just start your presentation. I'm giving the floor to you.
Cool. No worries. I will just share my screen. Just let me know when you guys can see them. Can you guys see the presentation?
We don't see it yet, actually.
I think you need to add it to the stream. It should be down there at the bottom.
Yeah. Yes, here we go.
There you go. So first off, just a brief introduction. My name's Craig Campbell, SEO consultant, training provider, do a lot of affiliate marketing, and primarily always been a link builder. Link building has been my thing, and I have spoken at events all over the world trying to share tips and advice with various different audiences, including Chiang Mai and places like that. So I love it. Now, education wise, I left school with absolutely nothing, had no clue what I was going to do in my career, and I am 42 just now. And when I was growing up, I never had the phone, never had the internet or anything like that. But by the time I became 17 or 18, the internet had just come out in the late 90s, which is where my whole obsession came with it, because it was brand new to the world, and found the internet amazing. Now, I started off as a really shit web designer, really bad at it. But after I got over over the pain of not being able to do web design, I started to look into what is now known as SEO. And I've been everything from that freelancer in my bedroom who didn't know where he was going to building up my own digital marketing agency. Now, after the agency, I decided that wasn't for me. I went on to become an affiliate marketer, own multiple different businesses, all digital related, and I also buy and sell websites, mainly affiliate websites. Now, I hated clients and I needed to find a niche. So I'm going to give you a bit of a case study here in terms of how I done it, how I grew it, how I quickly got off the ground running. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a case study. Now, this is a website that I've got, and you can see the monthly revenue is really good. January, 6 months of the year. Now, over the last year, I have earned decent money from that particular website. Over the last 7 years, I've earned a lot of money off of that website. Now, the point in me showing you this is it's taken me 7 years. I've had this website for 7 years. It's not an overnight success. However, I did get off the ground running very, very quickly. Now, you'll be able to see probably after month 3 or month 4, my revenue was starting to take off quite quickly on that website. And a lot of people ask me, how the hell did you get that traffic so quickly? Now, obviously, I am an SEO, but I'm also a business owner, and SEO takes time. Now, we all know that click-through rate and engagement signals help your rankings. It's now often called CTR manipulation. Now, I want to talk a little bit about this first before I then tell you how I got the traffic so quickly. Now, everyone's obsessed on how Google works. Now, we all know if you look in the right-hand side, your infrastructure, your on-page, and your content are all very, very important. And equally, if we look over on the left side, you've got your off-site and your backlinks. But the thing at the bottom, 20 to 23%, the highest percentage of a signal when it comes to Google's ranking algorithm is engagement. And that's click-through rate, bounce rate, dwell time, traffic, clickstream, goal completions, all of that kind of stuff. Engagement signals really do increase your rankings. We all know that. Everyone's manipulating it in some way. Everyone's buying traffic from different sources. And we then, in fact, I've just seen a comment there. Are you guys seeing all of the slides? Are the slides not moving for you guys? Oh, wait a minute. Right, so let me do it this way, guys. So I was talking there and was going through some slides. So I was showing you this affiliate case study. Sorry, I don't know what went on there, but the slides weren't moving. But that's the monthly revenue. That is the last yearly revenue. And that is the revenue that I've had over that last 7 years of having this website. Now, I started this website in the middle of 2015 when I gave up my agency. Now, as I said, you'll see a lot of people or anyone that I show this graph to saying, Craig, how did you get so much traffic so quick? And what I was talking about there is the components of Google's ranking algorithm. Now, this is in no way 100% accurate. This is something that I've taken from online, but I believe it to be true. And that is where I was talking about the infrastructure, your on-site, your content on the right-hand side, left-hand side, your off-site and your links. But down at the bottom there, we can see that 20 to 23% is those engagement signals. Engagement signals really do work. So knowing that and having known that for a long time and thinking that they account for 20% of SEO, I'm going to try and manipulate that. Now, you can manipulate engagement using micro workers. You can use Facebook ads. You can use Quora ads, push notifications, email lists, whatever you want, media placements, Reddit. Now, what I done to get traffic so quickly was I leveraged affiliates as well. Now, I had a mailing list. I was able to have some budget to throw into some paid ads. But the biggest thing for me, and the biggest thing to this day, is if you look at my traffic, 48.7% of my current traffic is still referral traffic. Still the biggest thing that worked for me. And that is how I got the needle to move very, very quickly. I got a whole bunch of affiliates who were all sending traffic to my website. I was making sales, I was paying them, but it was manipulating. The backlinks were growing because they were all linking to me, but those engagement signals were working very, very hard in the background as well, which of course goes on to help your rankings. So leveraging affiliates is something that I feel is really, really important. If you're starting out, why wouldn't you want to use a bunch of affiliates who are good at what they do? It's crazy not to. I can't beat the whole world at SEO. So why not get a whole bunch of people? A team of us can certainly go and try and achieve that. So leveraging affiliates was one of the first things that I'd done with that particular project. And that project went on, and I then started to do regular Facebook ads. I'd done SEO, I'd done everything else that I could. And now I've got a mixed balance of a website that has traffic coming from multiple sources and generates me very decent revenue. So leveraging affiliates in this instance worked very, very well for me. And many of us SEOs are always looking for a quick fix. That is your quick fix right there. There is no special button. There is no magic trick from an SEO perspective. But if you think logically, leverage affiliates, give them a percentage. And I was able to give them 5% for promoting it on their network, their forums, their social media, their website, whatever it may be. They were able to generate money very, very quickly. And I probably should have made that percentage slightly higher, but it is what it is. And that is how I got the quick traction. It wasn't because my SEO exploded straight away or any kind of weird trick. It was because I leveraged that type of strategy. Now, that particular website's in the gaming niche. I sell games, I sell Office, all that kind of stuff. So anything that it's just a digital download, basically. And the reason that I went for a digital download is I had been an Amazon affiliate. I had worked with drop shippers. I've worked with loads of different people. However, products get lost in the post. Drop shippers run out of stock. All of these kind of things. And for me, that's a disaster. When you involve another person, things can go wrong. So a digital download is an amazing thing to consider. So think about it. Now, I want to talk about some of the mistakes I've made when I was getting into affiliate marketing as well, because a lot of people talk about they make X amount of money and they're the most successful people in the world. I have probably, out of 100 websites, had 7 successes. The rest of them have all been complete and utter failures. And I've lost a lot of money in those projects, which is why when I talk at events, I don't mind talking about the failures, because hopefully it helps someone else avoid doing the same things that I've done. And this particular instance, years ago, I decided I wanted to enter the e-cigarette or the vaping niche. Now, all I thought about was SEO at the time. And I'd done the keyword research and I thought, there's so much search volume. This is the niche for me. Let's go. So I went out, I built a website. I started to rank the website. I started to get orders. And then I was going to implement a paid strategy. And I found out because of the vaping niche, it's like nicotine. You're not allowed to do Google AdWords on it. You're not allowed to do Facebook ads. You're not allowed to do anything to manipulate sales in the early days of your campaign. So no paid social. Now, that was fine. I got over that. I started to then get orders. Now, this is back in 2016. Started to get orders for this website, but the payment was getting reversed. Why was the payment getting reversed? The client wasn't happy. Now, basically, the drop shipper of the vape or the e-cigs or the e-liquids, whatever you want to call them, was basically saying, we didn't have this flavor, so they sent something else out instead. And they'll charge me for the other one. Or it wasn't the flavor, it was the brand. They just sent out the wrong thing. So the client says, that's not what I ordered, reverse the money, and so on. So that one, using a dropshipper, make sure you do your research on this. This, I found out, was a dude making this stuff in his kitchen at home. He wasn't a proper dropshipper. I done no research on this kind of stuff. But what I didn't also do was research that I couldn't do Google AdWords. I couldn't do paid social media. I couldn't do anything. So it was all fully reliant on my SEO efforts and some guy working in his kitchen sending the right stuff out. And for me, that's because I didn't think about the business in general. I didn't look at the as a business model. I simply just looked at it with my SEO goggles on, going, whoa, there's so much search volume. Let's go for it, and we're going to make loads of money. And in the end, I had to throw that website in the bin and wasted a lot of time, energy, and money trying to get that off the ground. So do your research when you get into a niche, because there is legal implications in certain niches. There's just problems that might come up. So don't think about it just from an SEO point of view. Now, when you get into affiliate marketing, people want a head start. They want something to help them. And these days, and if you watch my YouTube channel, you will see I've got a sponsor called ODYS, who is a marketplace for aged domains or expired domains. You don't have to use aged domains. You can use expired domains. Now, why would we want to do that? A lot of people ask me the question, why would I want to pay a couple of £1,000 for a domain name? Now, this is what ODYS's marketplace looks like. They've got websites all over the place. They tell you how old it is. They tell you what traffic it had. They tell you what backlinks the domain name had. Now, let me give you a little story on how an aged domain or an expired domain may work in your favor. Now, a few years ago, I got a politician's domain name. It was this politician here, Nigel Farage. Now, you'll see on the knowledge panel, Nigel Farage, mep.co.uk. Now, he's a well-known politician. If we go to his domain name and you go to Nigel Farage, mep.co.uk, you will see that he has every potential PR link you could ever get, from The Guardian, the BBC, Wikipedia. There's so many of them. Go and have a look yourself. Fox News, links that would literally cost you hundreds of thousands of pounds on PR to buy. Now, why is that domain of interest to me? Now, one, I only bought it for a joke, for some PR, which gave me some backlinks. It was in the Daily Mail, it was in various other places, and it was able to get me some backlinks. However, if we look at the backlink profile of Nigel Farage's domain name, there's so much power there. The domain has so much power. It had traffic. I can use that as a link building asset. Now, let's take away the fact that this was Nigel Farage. If there's a domain name out there that has all of that PR, a whole bunch of good backlinks, why would you not want to pay a fee for it and give yourself a head start? Because link building is a pain in the backside. No one wants to do link building. It costs money. It takes time. If you can get something then that's already got a backlink profile, that is where I feel that you can leverage aged domains or expired domain names. And when I'm launching a new affiliate project, that is something that I would always be looking to leverage. I'm not saying you have to in every case. If you want to build a brand, by all means, start with a fresh domain name. However, we all want to get somewhere quicker than the next guy, and that is something you want to do. Now, if you don't want to do that, you can buy links. There's loads of vendors out there like linksforyou.com who will sell you guest posts. You can buy niche edits. You can buy all sorts of links from a vendor like Links for You. and they'll work very, very well for you. They also do PR, link insertions, and all the other stuff. Now, on top of that, when it comes to link building, you need to power those guest posts up. Now, that's when people start talking about tiered link building. And link building is a topic that obviously has to be spoken about when it comes to affiliate marketing. You need to be able to get your website to get more power, more traffic, more sales. Essentially, that's going to lead you to be able to sell that website for more money. Now, people talk about powering up their guest posts. They can use tools like SEO Autopilot to power up their guest posts. So you're not using automation directly at your website. You would power up a guest post and send a whole bunch of Web 2.0 power to the said guest post. You could also send niche edits to it. You can do whatever you like. So power up your guest posts is an important thing if you want to generate power and have a successful affiliate website. Now, on SEO Autopilot, we also have the ability to design your own link scheme and everything else. So it is definitely a tool that you want to consider. And as I say, it forms part of your tiered link building structure. Now, what do I mean by a tiered link building structure? Your website's at the very top. Tier 1 might be only, 5, let's say, guest posts. And then under that, you would have PBNs, article directories, Web 2.0s, all of the kind of garbage of the day, pointing at your guest post. And again, some people even go down to tier 3 and do it a lot more aggressively. So that is what a tiered link building structure looks like. It is entirely up to you whether you choose to do that or not. In the affiliate space, lots of people are tiering their links. Whether you believe that or whether you want to do it or whether you want to do it some other way is entirely up to you. But tiered link building works very, very well. Now, digital PR, not traditional PR where you pitch to the local newspapers and get your face in there. Digital PR also forms a big part of my link building strategy when it comes to building up power and authority to these affiliate websites. Now, I want to try and tell you guys, avoid the middleman. Now, if you go out there, you'll see loads of guys selling links on the entrepreneur website. If you go to people per hour, you will be able to see that there's people selling links on pretty much any website you want, whether that be the Liverpool Echo, the Manchester Evening News, or whatever. The chances are someone is going to be selling an article or a link on that website. So when you're doing your competitor analysis and you go, oh, this guy's getting a lot of digital PR, a lot of people are just paying for guest posts or links inserted into older posts that are relevant to their niche. And you can get that crap in people per hour. Why would you want to go and pay a PR agency $5,000 when you can go and get it yourself for the cost price? So consider people per hour. Consider guys like Randy Roday at 38digitalmarket.com. He's got a number of various different digital PR packages which will allow you to get your stuff distributed to a whole bunch of news websites out there. Now, that news, what is on that article is entirely up to you. You can create, or Randy will create that article based on your niche. So you can spread that stuff around to a whole bunch of generic news websites with articles that are fully relevant to your niche. Now, a lot of people say we need good quality relevant links. What is relevant? Relevance is the page, the URL, and everything else that's surrounding that, not necessarily the domain name. So you can use news websites and create an article on them that is relevant to your niche, and that will pass power to your website. So digital PR you can get from 38 Digital Market. There's other places like magicpr.com. There's so many of these guys out there that you can get some real good links at scale doing natural digital PR. Now, we're always going to have people out there who are going to turn around and say, Craig, I don't have enough money to buy links. I don't have enough money for this, that, and the next thing. And of course, I've spoken at lots of events about black hat techniques. And people sometimes frown upon them. People don't want to use them and all that kind of stuff. But if you're trying to make your way in the world, sometimes you have to consider tricks or ways to get things that don't cost as much money. And that is the image trick. Now, we all know that the news websites are quite powerful. So let's use this one. Now, if you look underneath that image, now this is an image from the paper, the Liverpool Echo, which is a newspaper in the UK. Underneath that image, it says copyright unknown. That's the newspaper saying, I don't know whose image that is. For me, that's an opportunity. Now, if I was to do a simple Google search for Liverpool Echo copyright unknown, I'm going to see that they've got 1 million results where they don't know who that image belongs to. Now, on those articles, and I've circled where it says copyright unknown, at the top of the article, you will see the reporter's name. And in this example, it's a guy called Dan Haygarth. Now, it's also given you Dan's credentials. If you click on it, it's saying it's giving you his email, it's giving you his Twitter, it's giving you his Facebook and his LinkedIn. Now, you could reach out to Dan and say, Dan, you've used my image on your article. And he might say, chase yourself. But depending on the wording and how you approach that, Dan might say, sorry, and he will give you an image credit. So if you make the claim that that's your image, a lot of times, I'm not going to say 9 out of 10, but in a lot of occasions, if you say, hey, Dan, listen, love your article on here, but you seem to have used my image, there is no problem with it, but I would prefer it if you credited me for the image. In a lot of occasions, Dan doesn't want any trouble. He will simply link to you and move on and carry on with his daily business. So that is the image trick. A lot of people are doing that when they see the copyright unknown and they're trying to get their link placed there. So you do want to make sure that the link is coming from a relevant page to your niche. So do a little bit, be a bit crafty about it is the best way I can, suggest. But the image trick works very, very well. Now, I want to talk a bit about content strategy as well when it comes to affiliate websites. A lot of people have this thing in their head that we need 100 articles. We need whatever, 50 articles a month thereafter. And for me, that's all wrong. Now, one, we want to delegate the content writing. We do need content and we want to get it at the best possible price as well. Now, I delegate a lot of content writing to South Africa. And a lot of people ask me, why South Africa? Now, one, they're native English speakers in South Africa. That's their first language. Secondly, the cost of living in South Africa is very similar to that of India and Philippines and various other places like that where people use VAs. So South Africa is a cost-effective place to get people to do writing. Now, you may have other people asking for slightly more, between £700 and £800 a month or £700 and £900 a month. But the quality of this particular person was outstanding. And it's still a hell of a lot cheaper than I would pay someone in the UK. Now, where do you find these guys? The best place to find them in South Africa is Gumtree South Africa, believe it or not. Put up an ad and you get a whole bunch of native English speakers who will all pitch for the job. Do your own due diligence and make sure that you get yourself a decent content writer. Now, the process when it comes to content writing is where I see a lot of people going wrong. Now, a lot of people do some keyword research. They can go on and research Amazon or whatever it might be and come out with all these keywords. And that is something that anyone can do. Now, I've used the word that you use, cars, high traffic, high keyword difficulty search term. Now, for me, some people may be, thinking about things and going, that's too hard or whatever. This is just an example. Now, the one thing I want to point out here is obviously the search volume is really important. The keyword difficulty is also important. Now, what you'll see here is used cars or used car. The keyword difficulty is like 97 and 81. Now, if you look at some of the questions or the related keywords or scroll further down that list, you'll be able to find keywords that are maybe not as competitive. Question related keywords. There's so many opportunities out there. But one other little thing I want to talk about up near the top is the intent of the keyword as well. Now, if someone is looking for used cars, it's likely to be transactional. If someone is looking for when will used car prices drop, they're looking for informational content. You have to understand the searcher's intent and deliver them what they want to see. It cannot just be sales, sales, sales all the time. Now, a lot of websites in the affiliate space have been penalized over, the past few years because they had so much commercial content. It was just the best this, the top 5 that. Everything was leading to a sale. You have to consider informational content on your website as well. That is going to help you for the long-term rankings. So make sure you do consider the intent part of the content that you're doing research on. Now, thereafter, how do I look at the content? How do I assess how much content I need? How do I optimize that content is what I'm going to talk about. Now, Page Optimizer Pro, great tool. Now, what it basically does is it scans the top 10 search results for any given keywords and compares it with my page. Now, it will tell me how many words I've got on the page. It will tell me the word count that I probably should have. It will also show me the search engine title and what I should have on there. It will also show me the subheadings and what I could potentially have in my subheadings. And it's also going to talk about the main content and words that I could potentially have throughout the main content. Now, you'll see a lot of red dots on here. That's because I don't have them used on my page. This will help you optimize your content. It will compare it to that of the top 10 search results, and it will help you optimize that content. However, what you have to do is also understand topical clusters. So when you're getting a content writer and you're doing your keyword research, are you considering the topical clustering of that content? And this is something that I see people are failing with all the time. They just give someone keywords, they don't really give it much thought, and again, it's just all garbage. Now, what is a topical cluster is the question. Now, here we have the core topic, the word podcasts. That would be the main podcast page. Now, surrounding that is all the subtopics. So we'll have comedy podcasts, business podcasts, self-help podcasts, and these would all be pages in their own right, which would all internally link into the main podcast page. That is what a topical cluster is. That is the way that you should be mapping out your content. So when you go to your content writer, are you saying, right, podcast is the main keyword, and here's all the supporting articles? If you are, fair play, you're doing a great job. If not, then you're going to have to start considering this, because topical clustering, internal linking are massive when it comes to on-page SEO, and something that I sadly see people failing on miserably. It's common sense. Everyone knows it's common sense to do that. You're all probably going, you're not telling me anything new. Go and look at all the websites out there. Look at the topical clustering. They're an absolute joke. And there's no thought given to the content writing process. And that is because the processes are broken, not because the writer's broken, not because the SEO guy's broken. The processes in the middle are broken. So make sure you iron out your processes and implement that into your strategy. Now, internal linking, a lot of people say, yeah, mine's is okay, and they're, wildly, internally linking to random pages and stuff like that. Make it a topical cluster. Now, if you do it properly, you will start to see gains. So here's an example of a graph where the internal links were added. Boom, the traffic increased significantly. Then it was left for a few days, and then another bunch of internal links were added, and boom, it jumps up again. Now, there's no doubt in my mind, internal linking is a big, big part of a website structure. It allows Google to get in about all of those kind of pages. You want to have a good internal linking structure. I'm sure everyone would agree with that. So do consider your internal linking. Now, how many words does a page of content need? That's the next thing. Now, for me, I've showed Page Optimizer Pro. You also do have tools like phrase.io, which again will give you the target word count. It will give you the target headings. But what I really like about Phrase is it also gives you the people also ask. It also gives you the topical clusters. It gives you everything all in one tool. Now, essentially, what I've just shown you there between those slides is someone's content brief. So you might say, Craig, I've no time to make up a topical cluster. I've no time to give it this thought process. I'm the business owner. There is no excuse. Phrase does it for you. So it will give you what the goal is for that content. It will give you the target word count. It will give you the people also ask questions. It will give you the topical clusters, the amount of images, the backlinks that page has got, and so on. Everything is there. That is your content writing brief on a plate, done automatically. So Phrase is amazing for delivering content briefs to your content writers. You don't have to go and figure out the topic cluster. It does it all for you. So Phrase is an exceptional tool for that. And as I say, it also gives you questions, statistics that you might want to add to your article. It just gives you that little bit extra. So the statistics and stuff like that is a neat part. But don't just do it. Put a bit of thought into everything that you do. That is where you're going to get success, especially if it's your own project and you're doing affiliate marketing. Do it properly and stuff like that. Now, this was an example that I just wrote out for a laugh, just for this or for a different presentation. This is what I see a lot of people giving to their content writers. I'm needing 5 articles done. Boom, 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 boom. I'd need them to be around about 1,000 words minimum, and add some subheadings, see you later. And the content writer comes back with a big pile of garbage. So that is where Phrase is really important. This is not good. Phrase is good. So do consider that. Now, also, I mentioned Amazon affiliates earlier on. People still doubt after COVID or during COVID or whatever, whether you can make good money. Now, this is for the whole of 2020, an affiliate project. You can still make good money on Amazon affiliates as well. And I buy and sell a lot of affiliate websites, not because they make me X amount of money per month. It's the resale value that is really, really important to me. Now, obviously, if you've got a website that does 250 grand a year, you're going to get 2 or 3 times more than that if you were going to sell it on. That is where I think the money is for me, not earning 1 or 2 grand a month or whatever it is. That just, pays for more content, more links, and you scale up and spend more money and all that. It's the resale value. So what I'm looking for when I'm buying and selling digital assets, which is effectively affiliate websites, is people who've poured their heart and soul into it and do lots of content. I can come in, add a nice backlink strategy and sort stuff out on page, and that website will grow massively. And I can buy and sell these kind of websites all day long, whether they're Amazon affiliate, whether they're private affiliates, or whatever it may be. So don't totally dismiss Amazon. There is money still to be made there. But you need to use the correct analysis tools. Make sure that you copy those who are winning. What are they doing? The tools are all out there, and I don't think people are using the right tools in a lot of cases. But we also don't need new content constantly. I mentioned earlier, it's not about 100 new articles all the time. Content pruning is a big part of the process. So for every 10 articles that I throw out there, 5 of them probably won't work that well. Now, what do I do with those articles? I don't just leave them there, which a lot of people do. Now, I can either take them down and do a 301 redirect to the next most relevant page. I can take them down and merge some of those articles and try and create something bigger and better. Or they can just go in the bin. End of story. Now, content pruning is important. Now, you can use a tool like Ahrefs to see what top pages are performing on your website. You can also use your analytics. What pages get traffic and impressions? What pages are winning you money? Now, as I say, you can go and do that. I can go and tell you what wins me money in my website. I want to focus on those pages. Can they be further optimized? Do I need to add some more questions to them? Do I need to do something else? Don't just think of adding more and more content that isn't bringing in traffic. That is not what optimization is. Optimize what is working well as well. Don't be scared to get rid of some of the garbage on your website, because people end up with websites with thousands of pages and maybe 50 of the pages get traffic. There's no need for a lot of those other pages. So it's content pruning is a big part of SEO as well. Do not be scared to do that, but also make sure you are continually optimizing the pages that are making you money. And you do want to consider expertise, authority, and trust when it comes to affiliate websites. Again, seen so many websites being slammed over the years, and they're faceless websites. They don't have an About Us page. They've got no persona behind the website. EAT is very much a thing. Obviously, it started out in the medic niche, but I think EAT is pretty much rolled out across the board. And it does stand for expertise, authority, and trust. It builds trust and credibility. That is what you want behind your website. Build a persona around your business. I've done it around my business. But if you've got a pet shop business, build a persona around it. Have a LinkedIn, have all the kind of stuff. Make sure that you're seen as a real person. That is essentially what you want to try and achieve. It builds trust and it builds authority. And Google can actually trust that website and rank it well. So don't just have faceless websites. I think that's a big thing where we've seen a lot of websites that massively dipped. They had high amounts of content that didn't perform. No persona behind it. And I'm not saying you have to put your own face out there. When I use the word persona, a lot of people have got personas behind their websites. So bear that in mind as well with your affiliate websites. Now, I want to give you a little story of someone very quickly before I go, of someone who scaled up their website and then it fell off a cliff. That is someone who didn't have a persona behind their website. And when it came to that December 2020, their website fell off a cliff. So treating your home business like a real business is vital. It's your shop. It's got to have a huge amount of time and effort spent on it, and treat it properly. It's not some buckshy, crappy, Amazon affiliate website or whatever. You have to consider it to be a lot better than that, and that is really, really important. Now, obviously, my website, I rank for a lot of different stuff. I do a lot of affiliate marketing for SaaS tools and stuff like that as well, or Money Robot, or whatever it's going to be. I even rank for fake personas in social media. I really should stop talking about that. But when people are Googling stuff, you need to make sure that your keywords are matching the intent of the person. And as I say, when you go back here, you will see the intent. Some of my stuff is commercial. A lot of it is informational if you look at all the intent section there. So you do want to make sure that your informational informational intent is quite high in your website. Guides, how-tos, tools, FAQs, all that stuff. And as I say, you, of course, are allowed to sell on your website, convincing people to make a purchase. But it's got to be structured. It can't all be transactional content. And as I say, that is why I think long-term, if you nail this strategy, you get this going, buying and selling digital assets can work very, very well for anyone who wants to get into the digital space. So, as I say, consider it. It is definitely something to do. I get websites, add my strategy and my processes, and increase the traffic and revenue. And for those websites that you can get 2 or 3 times your yearly revenue, or 45 times the monthly revenue at the moment on websites like Empire Flippers. Sometimes even that, the top one there is 54 times the monthly revenue, but you see on average it's, between 40 and 50%. So it's definitely a business you do want to consider if you're into the affiliate space. And I've got other niches. So I showed you my gaming website. I do have a website in the psychic niche where I'm replicating the same model, leveraging affiliates and everything else. And as I say, that is something that's a new project for me. The psychic niche, low competition, high search volume. And as I say, psychicworld.com, if anyone wants to sign up as an affiliate, will be the website. And yeah, we do okay. Goal completions are okay. We're continuing to progress, but we want to get affiliates on board and do the same thing again. And as I say, psychic is a very lucrative niche, a lot of search volume, and that can be done across any country in the world, to be fair. So that's another niche. But anyway, that is me out of time. Hopefully, I've given you some valuable tips. You can find me on any of my social media channels. I've got a YouTube channel. That's my website and email address. If anyone's got any questions they want to ask, please feel free to reach out to me. But as I say, do follow me on social media. I do try and post as much information as I possibly can to help other people in the industry.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Greg, for this fantastic presentation. We actually have a few questions in the chat, so if you can answer them. So the first question is from Marco about the topic clustering. When do you decide to add a new page with smaller volume traffic, and when do you add that smaller topic to the main page?
It's a good question, Marco. For me, I always give people Neil Patel's example, right? So if you Google what is SEO, Neil Patel has got one page that it's got like 15,000 words on it, and it writes for everything to do with what is SEO and everything else. Now, my preference is to add a subheading and try and target a keyword on a page. However, now we need to consider intent. So when the intent changes, so if someone's doing, if someone's asking what is, I think you can, that's informational content that can all, go into that page. But if someone's saying like SEO services in an area, the intent changes. Someone's looking to buy SEO. That what is SEO page is not really relevant. So I think when you think of the intent, that's potentially when I would make it a page in its own right, rather than adding it to the main page. If it made sense to add it to the main page, then do it. I think if you've got one big core page, it's a lot cleaner, a lot tidier, and will help the user. But if the intent changes or whatever, then again, that's where at that point that's where I'd consider changing it.
Great recommendation. Thanks. The second question is actually also from Marco. He's asking if you earn about 2K per month with affiliate programs and also run ads on your site, can you share some ideas about how to increase the revenue, the CRO, look for other programs, other ideas?
So when you get to about 2K with affiliate programs, and you also run ads, that's fine. Can you share some ideas? So CRO, you can increase it. You could maybe get better conversions. Do more SEO is the first thing. But I would also be looking at other programs. What is happening now? You need to understand your website and where the users are going. Now, I know people who have multiple. So they'll have like one part where you can buy it in Amazon. They'll have another bit where you could buy it in somewhere else. So I would be looking at other programs and potentially making sure that if someone doesn't like that price or that particular model of product, and there's something else out there on another program, then I'd be adding both of them. But in terms of being able to scale, I'm not a huge fan of running AdSense on a website. One, it slows the website speed down. Two, I think it makes the website look shit. So in terms of the money that AdSense makes, it's not worth slowing your website down and making it look worse off. I would always be looking to add more keywords, if possible, to that website, growing the revenue that way, and potentially adding in other affiliate programs. And CRO is a great thing. Get Hotjar in your website. Even try and understand it yourself. Where is it going wrong with your website? Where are the users falling off? Can you change things about to increase sales? All of these things are really, really important. But the biggest increase to anyone's revenue is more content, more rankings. That is the biggest thing. So I'd be looking at a website going, it's $2,000 a month. What am I going to do? It's just going to be more keywords, more everything else. So that would be my advice on that.
Got it. Awesome. The next short question, actually, where are you buying websites from? It's from Body Language Matters.
There's a Facebook group called Flipping Websites. Now, you can go in there and there's always, they're always on a smaller scale, websites that are probably for sale up to about 10 grand. So anything from $100 to 10 grand. Flipping Websites they don't allow you to put anything more expensive on there. So Flipping Websites is the Facebook group's great. You've also got Flipper. You've also got Empire Flippers if you really got big money, but you would need at least 30, 40, 50 grand to invest in a website for Empire Flippers. Now, over and above that, I will always look for lazy affiliates. Now, doing a simple Google search and looking for people who have maybe got something like copyright 2019 on their website or something like that might be someone who's just given up on it. Reach out to those people. What are you doing with this website? It's not content added. I would be more than happy to buy it. So doing some searches generically like that, looking for lazy affiliates is a great place to go as well. So there are marketplaces, there are brokers who deal with websites. There's loads of private brokers out there. There are loads of Facebook groups. You do have Flipper. Flipper's hit or miss. There's a lot of scammers on there as well. So just be very, very careful. The great thing about Empire Flippers is they do to get listed in Empire Flippers, you really need to have a real website. They decline 9 out of 10 people who come to them trying to sell the website because the websites are propped up using PBNs or some shady shits went on. So Empire Flippers is the creme de la creme in terms of buying a website where you're not going to get your fingers burnt. Everything else, you have to do your own due diligence. But because I'm known in the affiliate marketing space, I also get a lot of people approaching me saying, I've got this, do you want to buy it? So I also get people reaching out to me, but that's just over time messing about in the groups and stuff, telling people that I'm interested. So hopefully some of that helps.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, third question from Marco. Actually, when you buy an affiliate website, what's the first 2-3 things you do?
The first 2 or 3 things that I do, the first thing would be to do an audit. First thing, audit the website, see what's going on, and clean it up from a technical perspective. Maybe put a new template on it or whatever, make it look a lot better. Secondly, would be to look into the on-page side of things first and foremost. Clean that up. Look at the topical clusters. Look at the content. Is the content good enough? Are there topical clusters on there? So fixing all of that is really, really simple and easy. And then the next thing would just be to build links. It's really as simple as that. One, sort out the technical aspect of it, sort out the content. You start to see it rising. Start to implement more content, because I'm going to assume you bought it and you want to add more content to it. 9 times out of 10, that's going to be the case. But also, what I find with a lot of affiliate websites is they're really poor when it comes to link building. A lot of people are scared to buy links or do link building. It's still a topic that is very taboo in our industry. Some people love it. Some people are like, oh, you can't buy a link and all that stuff. So when I buy a lot of websites, the massive gains on them are either the content side or the link side. I would love to inherit a website that had loads of good content and the guy was really bad at link building, because I love link building. So I can take advantage of his aggressive content strategy by adding my own backlink strategy. So that's the perfect situation where it would look good. Someone's poured their heart and soul into it, and I come in and just do the backlinks. That would be the perfect scenario. But again, when you come in, you're going to have to do a bit of all of that to be able to get it moving. But the one last thing I would do, Marco, and this is the first thing, is the website scalable? Before I buy it, is there scale here? What is the website earning? What traffic is it getting? And what are the potential traffic volumes? Are we able to get another 10,000 visitors a month? Are we able to scale it from 1,000 to £10,000 a month? These are all questions that I've got in my head going, is there scalability on it? Because some people have very niche websites and there isn't much more traffic they can get. Where else do you go? Do you become a broader website? Nah. So the website's got to have scalability. So that's something to consider as well.
Great. Last question from the audience. Can you recommend a second SEO tool that is really good at identifying topical clusters?
Another tool that is good at identifying topical clusters would be keywordcupid.com. That's keyword CUPID. Crazy name, Keyword Cupid. Crazy name for a tool that does that. But what Keyword Cupid does is it allows you to import your SEMrush or your Ahrefs data, and it will then identify the topical clusters on there, and it gives you what is called a mind map, and it looks really good. So I think just visually, for me, I'm a visual guy. When you see it on a kind of visual map, if you like, you're like, shit, right, I need to do this, I need to do that, I need to do that. So Keyword Cupid is the tool I can recommend for that. It's an awesome tool and very, very useful for topical clustering.
Awesome. Thanks for the recommendation. Craig, I also have one question from my side. During your presentation, you've been talking about EAT factor, and actually in our surveys that we've been conducting at Plurdy last month, we had a question whether this factor matters like as a ranking factor. Does it influence your position in search engine result page? Because there is some uncertainty about that, whether it really influences the ranking. What is your opinion about this?
So I don't think EAT influences your ranking as such, because I have a knowledge panel. I've got various other things which would all constitute EAT. Did I see a traffic increase? No. But I have seen websites that don't have an about me page. They don't have anything, and they literally fall off the face of the earth. Google don't trust them. So the answer is yes, it can impact your rankings. If Google doesn't like your website and it doesn't feel it's trustworthy, then yes, your rankings will be gone. You will drop like a rock. So does it help your rankings? You know, the answer is probably yes and no. It doesn't directly impact your rankings, but if Google doesn't trust your website and doesn't, you've got nothing but know about us, you're not on social media. That's the whole thing about EAT. You're joining the dots for Google. Whether you've got a Crunchbase profile, a LinkedIn profile, Wikipedia, all of this stuff, you're joining the dots going, this is the same guy here. That's why you get schema and all these things. You're joining the dots so that Google can go, that's a trusted source. The problem we have with the internet is there's so many fucking bad websites out there, scammers, all of these things, and you just have to make sure that you do enough EAT to make sure you're not considered a spammer. Now, when you look at anyone's affiliate website, they look like they look like a scammer. They've no about me. They've no social media. Even if they've got social media, it's got one post on it, from 5 years ago. That is not what running an online business is, and that is why these websites fall off a cliff. So that is where I think Google needs those signals to be able to identify the real people from the bots and the scammers, and that's where I think EAT comes in. So I think it's not a ranking factor as such, but I think it helps identify the crap from the good guys.
Awesome. Totally makes sense. Thanks a lot, Craig, for being with us today and for your presentation. It was super interesting.
No,
And yeah, hope to see you in our next event.
always happy to come along if I'm invited. So appreciate it, guys. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, so we're moving forward, and before we move to our next guest, we'll watch a short video about SEO related case, and then we'll move to our next speaker. Everybody tries to achieve it. Ranking number 1 on Google is a dream for any online business, but how do you think you can do it? Creating valuable content, building links, fixing technical issues, all of this is good, but you want to know what is really working and helping you to reach the target audience. Let me introduce you the SEO case created by our team at Plurdy. This is an example of how just one report can lead to 66% increase in impressions, almost 400 new keywords added, and 500 existing keywords that improved their positions. And if your goal is to increase the impressions, clicks, and average position for your website, don't miss this opportunity. Check out our case study and try Plurdy absolutely for free today. Okay, welcome back. I hope you liked our case study. In the chat, there is a link by which you can access this case study and learn more about it. And I also want to add that today we have a special offer for all people who joined our event. You can get a 30% discount on all yearly plans at Plurdy. You just need to create an account and use promo code SEO Party 2022. You can find the promo code in the description below. And this promo code is valid during the 48 hours after our event. So I encourage you to check out Plurdy and to use this discount. And now we're moving forward to our next speaker, Malte Landwehr, who is as head of SEO at Idealo, one of the leading product and price comparison platforms in Europe and one of the largest portals in the German e-commerce market. Malte is an SEO guy with a background in product management and software engineering. And we have actually chatted with Malte a bit earlier this week, as unfortunately he couldn't join us live today. But he did his presentation, and we're happy to share with you a recording. And I saw that Malte is around and he's active in the chat. So if you have any questions to his presentation, also feel free to write them in the chat, and I'm sure he will be able to answer those questions. So let's get to it.
And I hope the slides are working, and looks like it. Yeah, I gave this the title Cheese, Wine and Whistles because we will talk about how Elon Musk and Boris Johnson were able to manipulate Google, both Google rankings and Google suggests, with the topics mentioned above. So let's start by typing Facebook whistle and Tesla whistle into Google. And one heads up maybe for everybody who's not a native speaker. Whistleblower is somebody who has inside knowledge of a company, often a former or current employee, and is then sharing that publicly. And of course, both Facebook and Tesla had their fair share of whistleblowers. And for Facebook, all the Google suggests, when I checked them a few weeks ago, were completely negative. Like everything about Facebook whistle immediately goes to the whistleblower, and then the show 60 Minutes or some of the topics that were talked about by one of the recent whistleblowers. And when we do the same for Tesla, there's almost nothing negative. Like most of the suggests are about sound and cost and availability, which is maybe not what we would expect for a whistleblower, that we would expect to be the main topic that people are interested in who search for Tesla whistle. So it's a little bit confusing, like why is it so different for these two companies? Because both of them had a lot of media attention, they are constantly criticized, and actually Tesla is probably even more under like SEC investigation and these kinds of things than Facebook. Well, the solution is Tesla actually released a whistle. Basically, when they heard that a whistleblower story would come out, they made an actual whistle that looks like a Cybertruck, that has a product page in the Tesla online shop. And Elon Musk even sent out a tweet like making fun of whistleblowers. And they were very obvious that this is like making fun of whistleblowers and the whistleblower story around Tesla. But it had also effect on Google, because what happens once this product was released and Elon Musk tweeted about it is that all the journalists out there, they published stories on it, that there is now a Tesla whistle. And TechCrunch even said that Elon Musk is shilling this whistle and that it's a joke about whistleblowers, but still they publish the content. And at the end of the day, Google is looking at the content that is on the web and is using that as one of the inputs for Google Suggest, as one of the inputs for rankings. And then, of course, people also searched for the Tesla whistle, right? Because it sold out very, very quickly within a few hours, because there's so many Tesla fans who just buy anything that Elon Musk tweets about. And yeah, I have to say, if it sounds stupid, but it works, maybe it's not stupid. So while this is a very blatant manipulation, if we just look at the end results and ignore the moral part of it, it worked, right? Elon Musk changed the perception here. And another thing is this buzz. For the non-Europeans, there was this thing called Brexit, where the United Kingdom left the European Union. And one of the things that the people who wanted to leave the European Union did was they had this bus driving around London that said that every week the UK is sending 350 million pounds to the European Union, and once they leave, they can just give this money to the NHS, the health services in the UK. But actually, this was made up. These 350 million pounds a week, they don't exist, right? It was a lie. It was a blatant lie. And Boris Johnson, who became the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, actually was one of the people who were associated with this lie. Let's keep that in mind, that there's something negative about a bus and Brexit and this whole Leave campaign. And then there's another bus. It's called the New Route Master. And it is a bus that Boris Johnson introduced for London when he was the mayor. And back then, everybody told him, don't buy this bus. It is the wrong bus. He bought it anyways. And after this bus started driving through London, people complained about exactly the things that many people told him before they would complain about. For example, the air condition is not strong enough for the summer in London, or the windows on top are so small that the bus is rather dark. And also these are hybrid buses, but actually on a lot of them, the battery broke. So they just carried around a heavy battery, but still had to just fill them with gas or diesel, I believe, for a bus. And these were even called the Boris buses, or the Boris bus. So a second negative thing about a bus in the history of Boris Johnson. But actually, if we search for Boris Johnson bus, we find the suggests painting, model, and hobby. And only on the bottom, there are some negative things. Why? Like, you would expect that a politician who's constantly in the media, who's constantly criticized, that Google suggests, would also show us the negative aspects of him and buses in his past. Well, he gave an interview where he said, I make buses at home. I make buses out of wine crates. And the journalist was super confused, and basically his face says, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, he was talking about, I make model buses. And what happened? Of course, all these media websites, they wrote about Boris Johnson having this weird hobby of building buses, and specifically building buses out of wine crates. Let's keep the wine crate part in mind, because it will come later. And what happened is that before he gave this interview, the Google top 10, or the like 6, I think, results we had on the page 1 of Google, they were all negative. They were all about this Route Master bus that people hate, that in some cases already had to be retired after just a few years. But after this interview, only 2 results were distinctively negative. Everything else was just about this weird interview, which is maybe not positive, but also Boris Johnson built his whole career on being slightly weird, and like, it's not as bad as this like factually backed thing with the Route Master, which was a real failure. And the first articles that came out of this topic were really like, this is bizarre, this is weird. But actually a few months later, the first journalists started to pick up that, was Boris Johnson just trying to manipulate Google search results? And was he using us, the journalists, to get it done? So people already back then, some people had a theory that he was doing it on purpose, but the damage was done. He had already heavily changed the Google search results and the Google suggest for his name. And another interesting story is that the neighbors of Boris Johnson's back then girlfriend, once called the police because him and his girlfriend had such a huge fight that the neighbors were concerned. And at the end of the day, the trigger for the fight was that he spilled wine on her sofa. Let's keep that in mind. This is the second time that we have heard the word wine in context with Boris. The other time was when he said that he's building these buses at home out of wine crates for some reason. So when we now search for Boris Johnson wine, there are some negative aspects like the parties. We will look into that in a second. There is this totally innocent thing with the wine boxes to build buses, which is just a funny, quirky thing, but not necessarily negative. And there's nothing about the sofa, by the way. And you would think that if I spill wine on the sofa and then a fight happens where the police has to be called, that maybe that could be relevant, but it is not relevant in the eyes of Google, based on all the things that Boris Johnson have done after that. And let's keep all these things in mind, and let's look at another statement here. Don't work from home. The cheese will distract you. I'm not having some kind of brain fart right now. This is like an actual quote from Boris Johnson. This is what he said in an interview, completely serious, or as serious as Boris Johnson can be. Of course, this makes zero sense. Like, however crazy you are, you cannot be distracted by cheese. Like, I mean, I would understand being distracted by doing your washing or doing the dishes or watching TV on your sofa, but being distracted by cheese, like, why would he say this? It makes no sense, right? Well, let's think about Boris Johnson and cheese. Was there something about Boris Johnson and cheese? Yes, there was. But first, let's look at the media reaction again. Everybody wrote about it, right? Every website, that is like every newspaper website, published an article about Boris Johnson and cheese. Like even websites that are not from the UK, like this one Indian newspaper we have here, they published an article talking about Boris Johnson and cheese. And then, of course, everybody searched on Google for Boris Johnson and cheese and wanted to find his weird quote or this weird interview. But if we think back, the UK had a very strict lockdown, and Boris Johnson was criticized for having parties. I believe actually in Downing Street he had these parties. And he then said, oh, no, these were not parties. These were meetings that were running very late, and then we had some cheese and some wine with the party. And so people were making fun of these like late night meetings with cheese and wine. And here's the wine again, and here's the connection to the cheese. And we already saw that the search results or the suggest for wine are not that bad. So if we look at the ranking here, I think Elon Musk, from a purely an SEO and online reputation management point of view, did a good job with the whistle to bury parts of the whistleblower story. And Boris Johnson did, unfortunately, an outstanding job. And sometimes people think what he's doing is very random, but there's an interview he gave, or a meeting he was in, where he basically said, if anything negative has happened, just throw a dead dog on the table and then everybody will just talk about the dead dog. And it was like advice he was giving to people, like how to run for office, how to handle criticism. And I really believe that he did these things on purpose, or had an advisor who told him to do these things on purpose. So this was my very short trip into the world of celebrities manipulating Google, or being coached by agencies to manipulate Google. I'm not suggesting you're doing these things. I don't know how well you can translate any of this into your day-to-day SEO work, but I think it's quite interesting to see how people who don't do SEO on a daily basis can still manage to manipulate both Google Suggest and Google rankings. So that's it from me.
Thanks a lot, Malte, for the presentation. This was super interesting and super fun, actually. To be honest, I'm really glad that you brought up those cases today, because very often we're talking about SEO best practices, those normal strategies that everybody uses, and cases like this are not so often discussed on events. And mostly I think it is because brands and companies, they don't have such power as Boris Johnson or Elon Musk have to just create news with just one interview or just one bizarre thing they say. But my question is really, like, do you think that there is something like those techniques that small companies or even enterprises can use for their SEO?
Yes, definitely. Especially if you work at a company that has a large media budget and is running radio advertising, TV advertising, podcast advertising, you have the ability to come up with a slogan, and people will then often search for that in Google. And that can manipulate Google Suggest, for example, if a lot of people are doing it. And I mean, most companies hopefully don't need to clean up their Google Suggest. But if you want more positive things in there, one of the things you could do is trigger a lot of searches. And you can do that with basically any advertising format, where people don't click on a link, but rather try to remember something and then search for it. And I believe TV and radio are probably two of the most prominent forms of that.
Yeah, that's true. You know that, like, in 2022, there are a lot of talks about companies being ethical, that it is very important to, respect your customers' rights, respect the rules. How do you think tactics like this, can we call them unethical, or is this okay to use like something that, like, to game Google in some way?
The examples I showed today are absolutely unethical. And I'm not surprised that Elon Musk and Boris Johnson engage in these activities, because maybe some unethical activities in the past were the reason why they even had to clean up their Google Suggest or Google search results. And if you want to be ethical and be a good person and have good karma or get into heaven, or however you believe you might be rewarded for being a good person, I highly suggest not to do these things. I also wouldn't do them. But I think it's important that people know about what is possible and what people can do.
That's true. Okay, yeah, and last thing from my side, with those examples we saw today, how do you evaluate Google's PageRank algorithm at the moment? Because, Google frequently talks about improving those algorithms to improve search results. So it really shows you the most relevant results, but we still see that it's possible to game it, to show to people what we want them to see. So maybe like those algorithms are not that good?
I mean, you could argue that Google worked exactly the way it's supposed to work, because both Boris Johnson and Elon Musk, they triggered that people search for certain things. Like, there were actually hundreds of thousands of people interested in the Tesla Cybertruck whistle. And there were actually hundreds of thousands, probably millions of people searching for the Boris Johnson cheese home office quote. So at the end of the day, Google is a representation of the content that people publish and what people search for. And they both manage to not manipulate Google directly, but rather manipulate journalists into publishing content and manipulating a lot of people to search for certain things. So I think if you can do that, if you can change what journalists publish, if you can change how people search, then you can always game any search engine. I mean, you could do the same thing with a social network where the trending hashtags were probably about Boris Johnson cheese home office and no longer about Boris Johnson cheese parties. So I think this is a different form of manipulation, but one that is incredibly hard to detect and to even judge what is a manipulation and what is real.
Makes sense. So yeah, thank you a lot for this presentation. I think it was super insightful. I also think that our viewers that will join the live session on Thursday will have more questions. So I think that they can reach out to you in case they want to ask something. But yeah, thanks a lot for your time. It was a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you. Everybody tries to achieve it. Ranking number 1 on Google is a dream for any online business. But how do you think you can do it? Creating valuable content, building links, fixing technical issues, all of this is good, but you want to know what is really working and helping you to reach the target audience. Let me introduce you the SEO case created by our team at Plurdy. This is an example of how just one report can lead to 66% increase in impressions, almost 400 new keywords added, and 500 existing keywords that improved their positions. And if your goal is to increase the impressions, clicks, and average position for your website, don't miss this opportunity. Check out our case study and try Plurdy absolutely for free today. Okay, so I'm sorry, I forgot to myself. So guys, I hope that you enjoyed previous presentation. I personally loved it. Thanks a lot to Malte. He promised to be around, so if you have any questions to him, just write them in a chat. But we are moving to the next part of our SEO party, which is a Q&A session with Mason Yu, Senior SEO Specialist at ClickUp, which is all-in-one project management software. Mason, welcome to our SEO party.
Hello, hi, Marta.
Hey, so I'll make a quick intro. So Mason is a self-taught entrepreneur and marketing professional. He has an extensive background in project management, in creative leadership, and strong communication, acquired through running a digital marketing agency and performing as a professional violinist in a classical string quartet. That's really impressive, Mason, to be honest. So yeah, we're very happy to have you.
Really excited to be here too. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, our pleasure. So I know that at ClickUp, you manage hundreds of outreach campaigns, partnerships, and contribute to SEO strategies. So today we'll mostly be talking about link building, about partnerships, outreach. And I would actually like to start with one very simple question. How did you end up working as an SEO specialist, and why do you find link building, outreach, and partnerships as the most exciting part of it?
Yeah, great. First of all, is my audio okay? Everything
Yes.
like that? I'm going to double check. Okay, great. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. Kind of share a little bit about what I'm doing at ClickUp. You know, a little bit of insight into ClickUp's SEO strategy. I'm sure you probably read some of it in the past, but the part that I'm going to be talking about is what Marta was talking about, like building outreach partnerships. But a little bit of background about me. I actually was a professional violinist for 10 years, performed in Europe a lot, performed in America. And on the side, I actually fell into SEO because that was one of the things that I could be doing while I was touring I could just do it online as long as there's internet connection. And so I started getting some clients and kind of went up that ladder of freelance SEO, figure it out yourself, read a lot of blogs, test a lot of websites. So that is how I got my start in SEO for about 2 years. And then 2 years ago, I decided to switch careers, got married, wanted to have a more stable job. And so I decided to basically apply for marketing jobs and SEO jobs at all of the software companies that I was using for my freelance business. And so ClickUp was a project management software that I was using to manage all of my clients and manage all of my website projects, all the contractors you might have to manage. So that was one natural company that I was, really excited about. At that time, it was already starting to get pretty famous, I guess, like the culture, I could kind of tell what it looked like. So I was really excited to then, get the offer and to start working at SEO there. At that time, I was the second SEO hire at ClickUp. Actually, the team right now only is 4 people. We have a pretty big content team, but we just have 4 people on the SEO team. And yeah, I've started focusing at the beginning. I was working on a lot of things such as on-page optimization, keyword research, thinking of different ways we can beat competitors. And also link building was something that was the original reason I was being hired, right? Like at that time they were looking for link building. And during the beginnings of working at ClickUp, I was very interested in link building because as a freelancer and as somebody who didn't really do link building at scale and who always sort of, bought links from these link vendors, I was always curious to know how links were built that did not require monetary investment, basically, and that you could do actually as like using outreach and using the legitimate tactics that all of these SEOs always tout, but nobody tells you actually what you have to do. So that was the big thing for me, why I got interested in link building and outreach, and how it has pretty much, I feel like, gotten ClickUp and gotten our SEO team, out in the field, and how it's gotten us a lot of opportunities besides links. So that's what I want to talk about today.
Cool, awesome. Except of good SEO related advices, I think you gave a very good career advice about working at a company on in a product that you personally use and you love. This is awesome. I guess a lot of people should really do it, because in this way you're already sure that you will love this product and you will do your work in a very good way.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt a little bit. Like, I feel like that a little bit of that is partnerships and outreach, because I mean, just like how you guys asked me to come on this show, I hadn't heard of Plurdy before, and I think that there's something to be said about just like meeting people and making connections and giving value. You guys included me in a survey, and then you followed up with me to see if I wanted to talk, and I was really excited about it, and thanks so much for that. And so I think the partnership thing is not just for link building. It's a concept that we can think about for marketing, for life, for business. So,
of course, yeah, partnerships is a really big thing, and we'll definitely dive deeper into this topic a bit later. But one more question about like your journey and your career. What have you actually learned from going through this journey of running your own like small agency, freelancing, to working in this enterprise company, a big company as an SEO specialist? So what are the main differences, maybe some difficulties that you have faced? Yeah,
so the differences, I would say, it's interesting. when I first got the job, I was thinking there's like no way I could spend all day on one company doing SEO, because I was so used to doing SEO for a lot of different clients, like a lot of small local service clients. And I didn't spend so much time on each one of them. But as I started working on ClickUp, I realized actually there's more and more in-depth things you can do to improve SEO. Like I think when I was a freelancer, I knew SEO up to the 80% mark. So in the 20/80 rule, I was pretty much at that 80%. And then the last 20% of working on SEO at ClickUp made me realize how vast the expertise can get, how much deeper you can go into content, into links, into testing, how basically that I feel like those were the differences between the two worlds. In terms of things that I guess I'm struggling with, or that I didn't realize would be more of a struggle, is because we're an in-house team, and we are part of a marketing org. There is also the dynamic of working with other teams and other people in the company that might not understand the value of SEO, don't really, it's sort of like working with a client, right? But you're more tied to the company as a whole and to the team. So there's a lot of stakeholders involved. You're really ingrained. You have to know how to talk about SEO in a way that people who like really do not care about SEO, like they need to understand the value of it. So that is one of the biggest things I've learned. And my going into ClickUp, I realized that there's all this data that we can present and all these different ways to show the value of different SEO functions that I didn't have to do before, because I was just pretty much like, we need to get leads for this local service client. That's like the only data we cared about. But at ClickUp, there's a lot of subtleties and a lot of different kind of metrics we need to track.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think it basically applies to other departments as well. It's sometimes really hard to understand the value of other people, like of the work of other people in the company. And it is common for many companies. But yeah, it's great you did it. And let's now dive more into link building. I wanted to know a few things about your process of link building at ClickUp. And I know that it's pretty hard for new companies to get those really quality backlinks, to get those good backlinks. And if you're using some commercial keywords and getting to those listings, which are always like top of the results in Google search engine results pages, for small companies, for new companies, it's very hard to get to those lists. And I know that you've kind of experienced similar at ClickUp. And there is actually a quote from the article you published not too long ago. When you search on Google for phrases such as best project management software or best Gantt chart software and many other searches related to our core offerings, ClickUp barely made an appearance. However, I see that since that time, you really done a great job, and now you're almost like in all listings, top listings possible. So can you explain how have you done that? And I know that you used surround sound strategy. So can you talk a bit about it? What is the strategy, how it works, for which companies it is good to use it?
Cool. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you just asked, which is really great. We can let's step a little bit back and maybe discuss, because I don't know the audience so well that you have like what strategies everybody's familiar with. But right now, what Martha's talking about is one of the big link building strategies that I've been a big proponent of is the surround sound strategy. And this involves what she said, like a lot of commercial keywords such as best project management software or best Gantt chart software. These are things that are relevant to ClickUp features that if a searcher is looking for that term, they're looking to compare project management software. And the surround sound strategy is the is kind of like the process of making sure that ClickUp is in every one of those best of lists. So that is a big part of the link building strategy I'm currently prioritizing, is to make sure we are showing up in partner lists. So I could share actually my screen. I have a little quick just visual thing. Okay, wait. Okay. Just so everybody understands what I mean by surround sound strategy. So, okay, so let's take a look here. Does everybody see this Trello alternatives SERP here?
I think yes. I added to the stream your screen.
Okay, so hopefully we can all see it. But if you search Trello alternatives, you can see that ClickUp is actually not number one. There's Kinsta, there's ProofHub, there's Hive, right? We're actually on the bottom of page one. Okay, so in a normal SEO setting, you might think that this is pretty bad, right? Like, oh, we need to actually be number one. And yes, we do. That is one of the things that we try to, we try to monitor some of these important commercial keywords, right? And we try to find ways to optimize for it. You can also tell that the published date, we're a little bit older than some of these newer published articles here. So that already tells me if we updated our article to be more to 2022, we will already start increasing rank. But the thing with surround sound strategy is not that I don't care about the fact that we're not ranking number one. It's that we want to make sure that ClickUp shows up for all of these other articles. So if you search into all of these articles, you'll see ClickUp on almost all of them. So you can already tell right here, Hive is listed as number 4 here. Theme Isle has listed us here. We're listed here, right? And of course, we list ourselves number 1. And the surround sound strategy, there's a new tool by SEMrush that tracks these mentions. So I no longer have to manually check how many articles reference ClickUp. There is a tool by SEMrush called Surround Sound that takes all the keywords you're trying to look for and tells you what percentage of SERP coverage you have for those keywords. And it measures, basically it sees all the domains, all of the pages that reference your brand. So we have created a quick little Google Data Studio here to track Trello alternatives, the keyword. We actually have 74% coverage. And you can see it's growing. You can kind of see, the percentages, how it changes over time. But that is a quick little overview of what the surround sound strategy is in terms of the end result. We're trying to be, we can never really get to 100% because a lot of these articles, they are competitors, so they may not be open to adding us. But a lot of them are affiliate sites or influencer sites or tangential competitors that would be more open to partnering up and adding us. So this is the surround sound strategy. And I do it, let me stop sharing first. I do recommend everybody check it out. It may be relevant to your industry and your use case, as long as there are commercial keywords that show up listicles. They call them listicles, like basically top 10 this, top 20 this, right? So like top 20 food delivery services or best restaurants in blah, blah, blah. Like those kind of keywords, if they can list your specific offering, that is a very good way to do surround sound strategy. And a lot of people have been doing surround sound strategy without knowing that it's called that. But now there actually is a tool to measure your success. So that is one type of backlink campaign that I've been heavily invested in. And it's, as you can see, it's a mix of backlinks, but also PR, also partnering, and referral traffic. Basically, those are sort of the different benefits that the surround sound strategy has. Let's take a pause. Like, do you have any questions before we kind of talk about like, how this is run or?
Yeah, actually, I think surround strategy is very, very good, but one of the downsides of this strategy is probably that it cannot be used and cannot be applied to all industries and all companies. So you definitely need to do your research and to check if there are those commercial keywords. But yes, if we can dive a bit more, maybe to like how the strategy works in general, that would be awesome.
How it works and how it's executed. Yeah. So let me first kind of like talk about though, like this strategy will work for actually more industries than you think it could work, because Google is starting to favor, I mean, you've probably seen the trend where best 10 this, top 20 this does rank for a lot of keywords where people are looking for comparisons and looking to evaluate certain things against each other. So I would really suggest everybody to think about what are their bottom of funnel keywords, and then what are the results that show up for that, because those are the highest converting keywords anyway, and you want to make sure that you're showing up when people are considering when they are in the consideration stage of their purchasing journey. Now, talking about, I guess, brass tacks about how this strategy is implemented. Of course, normal link building strategies will work for I use just normal stuff. So looking at taking lists of domains that I'm interested in getting the ClickUp's placement in. So either going through Google search, just the search itself, and just literally copying and pasting those URLs, and then find the domain, finding the webmaster. That is like generally the down and dirty thing that we have to do. The cool thing about SEMrush's tool, their tool, I know I keep talking about SEMrush's tool. I'm not actually like affiliated or anything. I'm just, we do co-market with them. But like the cool thing about that tool though is that they aggregate all the domain opportunities. So you don't have to go into Google to look and like scrape all 20, 30 results and then add it to a spreadsheet, and then do it again for another keyword and add to a spreadsheet. They actually aggregate it all together, and you can then decide which domains are worth it for you to partner up with to pursue this. So some of our other software partners, like for example, HubSpot, they publish a lot of SEO articles about a lot of related keywords that we are interested in. And let's say they have 50 opportunities. I can just find one person at HubSpot and talk about how we can get ClickUp in these articles. Maybe not all 50 at a time, but I know that they have a lot of opportunity for us. So I will make sure and spend the effort to ensure I have a good contact there, and to talk to them, make sure we're providing value to HubSpot as well. So that is the good thing about the surround sound strategy. And overall though, link building, yeah, you have to do the work of scraping the websites, finding the ones you want to be linked from, finding webmaster emails, using those email outreach tools. There are a ton of those. So I'm sure everybody has their own email outreach preferences. And then just being able to craft a good pitch. So I like to think of link building as sales. If the more you think about link building as account sales, the better the results will be, because again, there are people doing the thousands of lists and like thousands of emails and domains, and they'll get like a 1% conversion, right? But if you're really targeted and hyper focused on the several, maybe top 100 domains you want to be on, and you actually take the time, each person, each domain, have a little bit of personalization, find ways that you have things in common with them, the open rate and the reply rate skyrockets. Like of course, being ClickUp, that helps. But I still need to keep in mind, this tactic still works for people who are not ClickUp. I've tried it myself where, I'm not representing ClickUp, and I will still get replies if you do a good job with the personalization. So.
Can you be more concrete about this point? because this outreach is a very like standard thing that probably all link builders face in their day-to-day job. Finding the contact of webmaster and crafting a good pitch sounds very easy, but in fact, like those open rates, not everybody succeed in it. And what are your like secrets of writing a good pitch and finding the right person to write to?
So secret wise, it's not really, I wouldn't say there's secrets. Like I would just say literally just sound like a human. So when you write an email, you can use a template to inform how you can write the email, but I like to follow salespeople and actually how they do cold emails. And I know that, you know, there's like there's I don't even know the formula name, but there's, you know, how to get their attention in the subject line. I think short, punchy subject lines are generally good. Like a lot of times my subject line for, you know, that we do for ClickUp is like, you know, ClickUp and company name, Plurity, collaboration, question mark. And of course, because I do that, I know the reason I do that is because I know ClickUp is pretty famous. So that will already get it. If ClickUp is not, if I'm not working at ClickUp, I would just say simply something like, you know, open to this, or so-and-so, I saw your LinkedIn post, you know, on so-and-so, or congratulations on your Series A, or something where it really, you really showed that you paid attention and you kind of, it's not just a canned guest post inquiry, link exchange, you know, that kind of topic. So that, you know, in terms of subject line, we can talk a little bit more. I haven't gotten scientific with it, but I just like to think about the other person on the other end of the receiving line. Like why would I want to open somebody's email too? Like we get a lot of pitches too. So I see a lot of bad pitches and I see a lot of good pitches. And when I get good pitches, I kind of save it and see how I can use the good pitch too. And what steps they did to do it. Like you guys, I think, asked me about a survey. I thought that was a good pitch. So I filled out the survey. So that is, in terms of an email strategy or email tactic, that's literally it. Just take some time, think about the other person, think about how you can add value, think about what are their priorities. Webmasters generally do not want to just give you a link, right? Like maybe they want a link, or maybe they want to be featured somehow. Maybe they want to be quoted. You want to offer them, you know, we have top tips by marketers for project management. Like, do you want to be featured there? Those are some of the things that we can offer, right? So in terms of execution, that's my secret, I guess. But very few people actually take the time to do it, and very few people do it well. Everybody's looking for a quick fix and a scalable solution. Unfortunately, I think the non-scalable solutions are what actually drive you to success.
That's very true. I will also add to that it's always worth experimenting and trying different approaches, because you never know what will work for this like specific audience. And even if you didn't get an expected reply or expected result from your first campaigns, you should never give up. Just try it a bit different, try to add more personalization. Yeah. It's in fact what we do at Plurity as well, just trying different approaches. And the one with survey worked well because we provided value to people, we gave them something in returns. So that's what always worked. Okay, yeah, so my next question is actually also about backlinks. I've looked into some statistics about your website, and I see an impressive number of backlinks on your website, and it is growing. For now, it's around 26K. So is there any secret maybe in this, like getting so many backlinks? What are you doing for this? What is your approach, except of like using this surround sound strategy? What are you doing for getting backlinks?
So as you can probably imagine, the surround sound strategy is not a scalable solution that you can get thousands of backlinks, right? Like I'm literally getting handpicked, like, you know, we're getting 10 to 20 backlinks from surround sound strategy, like per month maybe. And in terms of the 26,000 domains referring to us, that of course is a mix of a lot of things. ClickUp is a big company. We are on the news a lot. So I'd say a lot of that has to do with, you know, press and our PR team just naturally talking about ClickUp, like Zeb and LinkedIn, you know, making some rounds and giving interviews. That is a really big part of our referring domains. We also do have a lot of articles. So one thing you guys might have heard of, right? Like Brian Dean's like reverse outreach strategy, like everybody kind of made fun of that. But that's interesting because if you are ranking on the first page of Google, a lot of times writers will reference you as a source when they're writing their articles, because they have to do their research when they're writing articles. And if you are in some key informational query, if you're ranking for key informational queries, then writers will use your article as the source of their article. So we've gotten definitely, links naturally that way because we rank very well. So, if for you guys who are thinking about it, maybe if you're a newer website or a very low authority website, you're thinking, okay, well, this sort of feels like chicken and egg situation. Like, how do you actually start generating that flywheel, right? Because I'm blessed to have ClickUp 26,000 domains. A lot of articles we publish get to the first page pretty quickly, just from the nature of the strength of our authority. So like I kind of think of every website having stages of link building maturity. It's something I just made up while I was thinking about this question. If you're a brand new website, your primary focus, if you're thinking about increasing your authority, right? If you're just thinking about SEO, is to increase your authority. So any kind of link is actually good if it increases some of your metrics, and like just doing that will be good. And some easy ways to get mentions and press are things such as like the PR platforms like Haro. A lot of people have probably heard about Haro now. Like it's gotten pretty spammed out actually, but that is a good way to get press and mentions. There are a lot of alternatives with PR platforms that you can get mentioned. Just basically building up your authority by getting any sort of natural brand mention, any sort of making statistics articles and sharing that with people. Doing something really in depth that way, so that it's really like a good piece of article that it'll start ranking naturally. Like those are some things you can start to build that foundation. And only when you start getting the higher authority metrics and you notice that your articles are ranking easier, that's when like you kind of need like what I'm doing right now is be really picky about the types of links we want, and really having higher metric requirements to when we basically are looking for a link. Yeah, does that answer your question? I feel like I'm talking a lot, so.
Yeah, sure. I actually want to dive a bit more into PR, because from what you said, it sounds like PR is a really big thing for link building. So, like, can you confirm it? And looking at the like backlinks at ClickUp, maybe you can give some, I don't know, like percentages. How much of your backlinks come from PR activities, and do you consider it to be like a really next thing for backlinks, something that other companies should consider more than doing standard link building?
I don't have much opinion about this because we have a PR team. So I understand that a lot of companies don't have this function. So maybe if you're kind of a new company and you have one marketing hire, yeah, like the PR person and the SEO person could be the same, because like PR sort of can be about links. In terms of like the split, yeah, it's really hard for me to really know. the split. But I know that since SEO is really focused on those top links that kind of need to have, can't just be gained by writing a buzzworthy article and then just getting links from press that way. Like it does require some account management. Like I need to talk to people. I need to every single link needs to be kind of discussed and partnered about. Like we're only able to get a couple hundred links per quarter from SEO specific active link building. So I would say probably not a huge amount of that is like not a huge amount of 26,000 is actually SEO created. But what we do with SEO is like we try not to target the homepage links because that's where all the PR links are going. They're going homepage. So we have to, for ourselves, we like to attribute value by what are some of the top converting blogs we have, what are some of the best articles that other people might want to link to, and really think about curating that list and getting links there. Maybe it's a blog that's important because it's a main topic cluster hub, that can link to a lot of other articles internally. We'll think of targets that way as well. So, so in terms of numbers, I wouldn't attribute like tons of links to SEO compared to PR. So in terms of PR, it's starting to get, again, pretty hot. Like there are people interested in doing PR link building and figuring out how to pitch cool articles to journalists so you can get a lot of pickups in the news. Those can be good for authority building. And so in my opinion, those are good for like increasing your DR or like making your website really strong brand, which is in turn has SEO value. But I wouldn't call those like campaigns that get a lot of PR. It's really hard to match that to commercial pages. Like you're not going to be able to get a bunch of links from Forbes or from MSM to your comparison page or your buy this Gantt chart page. So I think of it in that bucket. It's like brand building, authority building, increasing the strength of your website. That's pretty expensive, by the way. PR link building, pretty expensive. And then I think of the editorial link building, which is top priorities. So surround sound in a way is sort of a mix between PR and SEO, because I'm using SEO to determine what are articles I want to be on and to have traffic. PR isn't really thinking about that, right? Every article is like a new article, so there might not be any traffic to them.
Yeah. So that sounds cool. And we discussed many like strategies to get those backlinks, but there is one very important thing in all of this, that no strategy will work if you don't have a good quality content on your website. And this is something I want to dive deeper now. What is your approach to creating a good content, and how are you deciding what to write? How are you selecting topics? Do you do any kind of competitor analysis, or maybe you're speaking with your customers, asking them what they would like to learn about? What is your approach?
Yeah, so pretty much most of what you're talking is what we do. In terms of speaking to customers, we don't have as much access to our customers, but we do speak to our customer service people, so they might have understanding of like what's pain points. Yeah, in terms of research, we do a lot of competitor analysis. We actually also think about the funnel from the standpoint of features. So ClickUp is a big platform with tons of little features. So we have Gantt chart, we have Kanban board, we have new whiteboard feature, we have templates. So we ideate keyword research based on like, okay, well, what are people searching if they want to arrive at a Kanban board? Right? Like, so Kanban board is really relevant to agile project management, or like relevant to workflows. So we'll tackle topics around that. So it could be top of funnel, informational. It could be best workflow software. It could be, best Kanban board software. And then we start talking about ClickUp features there. It might be like, we also have a screen recording software. So we'll kind of compete a little bit in the screen recording world. So that is, besides competitor research, where we will definitely go through our competitors and like see what they're targeting. But a lot of times that's really reactive because they already wrote an article and then like now we have to like catch up. So we like to be ahead by thinking about our features and like what are some unique things people would be searching. We do have some pretty cool features that like a lot of our competitors don't have too. So we like to think of ourselves having tons of competitors like in different ways. And in terms of the process of building this content, yeah, it definitely requires a huge project management solution. So I'm going to pitch ClickUp here a little bit, but we do all of our work in ClickUp. We have our keyword research information that our content SEO starts and briefs out. She talks about the internal links we're going to be linking to. This is passed on to the writer. We use ClickUp Docs because we have a doc feature, but a lot of people use Google Docs, which is fine. But the good thing about doing a lot of this in ClickUp itself is that the transparency, the shareability, and the task that goes through all these stages and the history is tracked all at once. So if there's any mistake or any kind of thing that needs to be improved, you can see where the source started, where something happened. So all of our tasks become blog tasks as well, where after they're published, we'll have an SEO review that will be making sure there are internal links pointing to the newly published blog. And then that task that we created that's associated to the blog is then just kind of stays in monitoring mode. And then we want to improve it in the 6 months, then we'll just go back to that task and open back up, see what everybody did to it, see if we can improve it, and then log our activity in there. So this is like our blog workflow that we created in ClickUp. And it's been working out really well because of the visibility it has. And that's how we publish our content. And we have a database that keeps everything organized and clustered with the SEO topic clusters.
It seems like you're doing really great jobs, guys. And this consistency that you have, like this process, sounds very, very like clear and great. So I think it can be a good example for other companies, and maybe some people who are watching us will use it.
We have by the way. Yeah, I'm gonna we have a blog database template and a blog management like workflow template that you guys can check out. If I can give you some links later if you want, Marta, but I understand we don't have to do it now.
Yeah, maybe in the chat we can share them. So I'll quickly move to the next question as we're running a bit out of time. We haven't covered partnerships yet, which is also a very interesting topic. Partnerships are also a very big thing for marketing and for link building. But I want you to explain a bit more and explain how partnerships can be used specifically for SEO. If we take, for example, ClickUp and Plurdy, let's say we agreed to have some kind of partnerships. What kind of partnerships can be good for SEO and how can we use it?
Yeah, it's difficult because partnerships can. There's a couple of things in your question, right? First of all, I have to know if it's worth it to have a partnership with Plurdy, right? Do we have enough of a shared audience? Let's just say all of that is true, and I can still think of ways to partner with you guys, right? So one example would be if you're publishing content about SEO because you're trying to attract SEO audience, you might want to get a quote from ClickUp's in-house SEO, right? Then I can give you some. Help you write a little bit of the article, right? So, and then in return, maybe I'll get it back from ClickUp from Plurdy. In the same way, you could talk about how your in-house team manages, develops your tools, and you might want to showcase that example. And maybe if you don't use ClickUp, you could, kind of proof it out in ClickUp, and then you could talk about it on our site, in a guest post. So those are just like really quick examples off the top of my head about how we can partner. I mean, right now, I guess it's already kind of a partnership because I'm like being on a webinar with you and talking about like SEO, even though like we're not specifically talking about our companies, but everybody knows that, this is Plurdy. Plurdy is all about CRO, about improving, getting conversions. I'm talking about managing SEO processes. So we're both getting benefits out of this. And so I think of partnerships in that way. In terms of overall business metrics, it helps. Now, in terms of SEO, yeah, like SEO, we can talk about its content and it's about links. So like what I mentioned with guest posts, right? You can have a link to Plurry by doing something on ClickUp. If I submit a quote or I talk about like you want more information or more opinions from SEOs, then you opinion, and that's going to make your content better because Google's going to see that you had experts in your content and it covers different points of views, and that actually is a sort of ranking factor. Like it'll impact. I don't know if it's a ranking factor, but it definitely impacts the content and makes it perform better. So that's how I tie partnerships to SEO in those two buckets.
And how do you vet companies for partnerships? You mentioned like having this common audience, which is obviously very important, but are there any other important things to look at?
Vetting. So I think of partnerships again like sales funnel. So it's pretty, most companies are like, as long as they have certain metrics on Ahrefs, right? Or as long as they look legitimate, we're happy to partner with in terms of links. And so that's kind of like the what do you call it? The bottom, the loss leader in a product sense, right? So if you want to move up to the next upsell, that could be a guest post, for example, right? That has more work involved. And if it has more work involved, we then have to make sure that there is more of an overlap. It starts getting more and more qualified, right? So if the guest post goes well, we might then move into a newsletter swap or into an integration request, and then into a webinar maybe. So I think of it as, again, like a funnel, right? Like sales funnel. So, and that's kind of like the marketing or the partnership sales funnel is like how we qualify the leads and decide the best, the highest level of partnership we want to go with them based on the effort it takes to do that partnership.
Cool, cool. One last thing that I want to talk a bit about is actually the PR. Let's get a bit back to this. You mentioned Haro, this is a service to submit pitches for different like PR media and other websites. I know that at ClickUp you get a lot of pitches from Haro. If you're talking about companies that want to get featured on other authority websites, that want to get those backlinks, would you recommend them to use services like this to submit their pitches, or rather use the direct outreach? Like, is it a good strategy to use Haro?
Yeah, so Haro is definitely a good way. It's a free way, and it has a lot of bad pitches that makes it so that if you give a good pitch, the chances of being featured are pretty high. If you look at, so I recently published an article. If you just search on Google, Haro tips, I think I published an article on Prowly.com. So we're ranking number 3. I talked to a lot of different content managers about how you can get your pitch accepted by Haro. And the reason I do think Haro is a good idea for anybody who's listening and anybody who wants to put the effort in is because we get a ton of bad pitches, and I'm craving for a good pitch all the time. So that is a really good way to do it. Now, if you don't want to compete against huge amount of volume, you can definitely do paid services. I think there are a lot of pitching platforms that you have to do a subscription. Just check out some Haro alternatives. Directly reaching out to a company is not a bad idea as long as you have, again, what I mentioned with your cold outreach email. As long as you have other people's interests in mind when you do the pitch, you think of it as sales. Direct outreach is not a bad idea either. But Haro is a little easier because it's a platform that kind of aggregates everything, and it's a free thing, and it's the company is looking for a quote as opposed to you not sure if a company is looking for a quote. So it really depends like what your pitch is going to be to decide between Haro or direct.
And I know that you have actually a recipe for a good pitch, which is called CARE framework, which stands for credentials, authority, relevancy, and expertise. Can you explain it a bit?
Yeah, so to write that article for Prowly, I kind of thought about, okay, what are some of the criteria that I go through to vet a response? So I came up with what's called CARE. It's an acronym, kind of cheesy, but yeah, number one thing I look for is credentials. Like we do look for project managers. And if you're not a project manager, like immediately I kind of discount you because we are looking for project managers. So credential, authority. Authority is sort of like, it's sort of an intuitive thing. Like, is your pitch, like, does it really demonstrate that you know what you're talking about? Like, when I look at your LinkedIn, does it seem like you've done a lot of project management things? If it's a question about project management, right? Relevance is the next one with R. And basically, like, did you answer my question? I have sometimes 2 to 3 questions in one Haro pitch. And then if you only answered one of them, I'm definitely going to discount your quote. And then what was E again? Something.
It was actually.
It was something like uniqueness, but I think I had a. Is it expertise? It's like, yeah, something about like uniqueness is like your quote different from everybody else's. Like, do I see that there's a different point of view that I can then add to my article? Because a lot of times, like our writers are smart people. They already know all the basic stuff about this question. They already know like what is Kanban board, for example. If I'm asking a question about Kanban board, they already know what it is. They already know why you would use it. So I want to have some like extra thing there, unique extra element. So those are the 4 criteria I like to go for.
Cool. I really love this framework. I think it's super useful. So we're actually running a bit over time. And I'm sure that there are so many other things we can talk about. And this topic is very exciting. I just wanted to check if we have any questions in the chat. So guys, if you wanted to ask something, this is your last call. I will share in the chat the link Mason talked about.
Sure. Yeah, there are a couple of templates I wanted to share in case anybody's interested in like how to manage some of this stuff. And you can always contact me on LinkedIn. LinkedIn, I think Mason Yu is just my LinkedIn. If you have questions about managing SEO workflows and how to, and also just partnerships and backlinks.
Awesome. Thank you, Mason. It was really a pleasure to have you today. We really hope that we'll have more partnerships in the future. And yeah, it was super exciting. So thanks a lot and hope to see you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, really great to be here.
Thanks. Okay, guys, so we'll be soon moving to our next speaker, Carlton Miller. But before, we'll have one short video to watch again. So please stay with us. Tries to achieve it. Ranking #1 on Google is a dream for any online business. But how do you think you can do it? Creating valuable content, building links, fixing technical issues, all of this is good, but you want to know what is really working and helping you to reach the target audience. Let me introduce you the SEO case created by our team at Plurdy. This is an example of how just one report can lead to 66% increase in impressions, almost 400 new keywords added, and 500 existing keywords that improved their positions. And if your goal is to increase the impressions, clicks, and average position for your website, don't miss this opportunity. Check out our case study and try Plurdy absolutely for free today. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we're moving to our next topic and our next speaker, Carlton Miller, who is a Senior SEO Success Manager at Quater, where he helps to provide Quater's customers SEO strategy, insights, and guidance using its advanced SEO and SEM presence management platform. Carlton is always seeking for the best ways to teach and enhance others, and he's a leader, mentor, and we're so happy to have him today. Carlton, welcome. Happy to have you. Okay. I think we cannot hear you.
Is that any better by chance?
Yes, yes. Awesome. Yeah, now we hear you. Carlton, thank you very much for joining us. Our audience was looking forward to your presentation. So I'm giving the floor to you. You can share your screen and start your presentation.
Awesome. Then, yeah, let me get that going then.
Carlton, excuse me for a sec. I think we experienced some kind of issues with your sound as the people cannot really hear you. Maybe you can rejoin. It's really weird, but the sound is bad.
Is that any better by chance?
Yes, it is. Let's try again then.
Okay, not a problem then. All right, let me get my screen shared then again.
Okay, here we go.
All right. You guys hear me still?
Yes, all good.
All right, sweet. Well, then yeah. So just to go over it again. So Quater is a tool. It basically is like a search engine on your behalf. It takes your data, takes your site, takes your competitors. It takes all of that together in aggregate, and from that derives actionable insights for you, as well as some easy to go workflows when it comes to optimizing your site, and basically becoming the best of the best. A little bit about me, just to go through that real quick. Been in the SEO space for 12 plus years, strategized for hundreds of thousands of accounts, personally managed thousands, worked across dozens of verticals and business types all across the globe. So I've been in the space for a small bit of time, and in that time, I can honestly say that SEO is challenging. It's something that is not easy. Ranking, as I'm sure anybody would attest to, is difficult. It's especially difficult if it's something that you're wanting to maintain. Sometimes things go and they can help you, go along with the flow. They'll help you increase, and sometimes things will come along and they'll make it even more difficult. So sometimes they'll come along and they'll make it so that instead of going forward, you're basically going against the waves here. But one of the biggest things that comes along with that is, algorithms. And algorithms, sometimes they can come with warnings. Most of the times these come with named algorithm updates. So just to map it out, this is what it looks like when we get a named algorithm update over the years. You can see kind of in the middle there, 2011, 2012, that was the heyday of actually being told what's going on. But nowadays we're seeing that is dwindling, right? And so if we, kind of go back to our example here, this is like, seeing a storm ahead and being able to brace for it, right? You can either prepare for it if they're telling you enough, or in some cases, right, you don't get a warning. And so you're not actually told that there's something coming out. And just to give you an idea of what that looks like this. And there is, as you can see there's a lot more of this that is starting to occur, right? These are speculated or unnamed algorithm updates that are coming out. And this is basically like getting caught in the middle of the storm out of nowhere. You didn't even know it was coming towards you. And one thing, especially with algorithms and updates coming out, is that they're always being released. And one thing that I think we overshadow quite a bit is that search tests and variations, those are always running as well, but we don't oftentimes think about them. One quote that is especially powerful comes from John Weller from 2015, still very much applicable today. But he said this, he said, essentially, and this is referencing Google core algorithm updates, essentially, this is something that we do all the time. We make thousands of updates in our algorithms every year, thousands of updates. And this was back in 2015. So if you don't think they've ramped that up over this time, it's a little bit naive. So that being said, over this course of time, with them increasing more and more algorithm updates, everybody is still using the same traditional methods when it comes to monitoring, reacting, basically just trying to maintain those rankings, right? The way, and we'll go back to our nautical example here, the way I like to liken this is that, for technical audits, for example, it's kind of like seeing an iceberg in the water and being like, okay, there's an iceberg here. I can see it on the horizon. For example, page speed, I need to work on page speed. I know it's coming down the pipeline. I have to get it done. So it's kind of like an old-timey thing. It's like using a spyglass or something like that to identify that, yeah, there's an iceberg up ahead. I've got to deal with it. A lot of people nowadays, and it wasn't as commonplace, but it's definitely more commonplace now, is rankings. And that's a lot more like a ship's sonar, right? You can understand maybe the impact a little bit more. Maybe you understand that, yes, it's a little bit bigger of an issue or maybe smaller of an issue. But it's the same thing. You're just kind of seeing what's happening. You're not really understanding what's happening. You're seeing it. In some cases, you may be working with an agency or a team, or you may have a management tool that's helping you through this. And it's kind of the same thing, but essentially all it is it's somebody going out and doing the same thing, where it's going out and trying to look and just basically tell you whether it's safe to continue forward or whether you have to make a small pivot, right? It's the same kind of reaction where you don't necessarily understand what's going on. You don't know what's going on, but you have to take some sort of action. And in this case, you're dependent on others to derive that. And of course, I know the old timers, the people that have been here for a long time, right? These are tried and tested. These are the best ways, but I will say that there is a better way. And the better way that I'm going to speak to today is what I call competitive intelligence. And the way I like to think of this, again, referring back to our nautical example, is I like to think of this like having breakers for your website, and specifically having things in the water here that are there to slow down or mitigate or stop the potential icebergs coming your way or the large waves coming your way. Things that you can learn before they potentially impact your site, or even if they impact your site, understanding why and how much. The way that we look at that, monitor that, and the way we classify that at Quarter is something that we call search market share. And so the way that this actually looks for us over at Quarter is like this. So we track all of your competitors. We do this across a large scale of your keywords. So we're talking, thousands, potentially hundreds of thousands of keywords, depending on your scale as a business. And we're understanding where you fit, where your competitors fit, and we're tracking what pages are there, how those pages are ranking, what kind of content is on those pages, how those pages are doing technically, how those pages are faring in search, how they are ranking in search, how they're faring in updates, during updates, after updates. All of those things are something that we're taking into account. And at a micro level, this is what it looks like for us. And so we're understanding who your competitors are. We're understanding, what was their market share? What's your market share? How that's potentially shifting. Are you going up? Are you going down? And again, going back to that example, this is serving like breakers. Now, if we go back to that traditional standpoint, right? The traditional standpoint here is, hey, we'll either let the customer, or we may even identify, if you're an SEO, we may identify, hey, there's 3 to 5 competitors. Realistically, this no longer applies. This hasn't applied for a long time, but if this is a practice that you're doing today, you got to stop. And this is something that just doesn't apply in today's search environment. Again, going back to our nautical example here, the reason it doesn't apply is because it's kind of like saying, I want to compete with Jim because he's got 2 ships, and I want to compete with Sarah because she has a cooler looking ship than me. It just doesn't make sense, because you don't know if those are the people that you're truly competing with, again, in your market and in your search atmosphere. The way that you should be looking at them, and this is a more common approach nowadays, but the way that most people do this is they'll look at maybe a handful of searches, right? Maybe a few key ones that either the customer or, again, if you're doing it right, that you're surfacing for the client, and you're saying, hey, this is a few of your competitors. And you're saying, out of the 10 results that are here, and after vetting a few of these search terms, I've identified 3 people that we really need to be looking at. There. But the one common problem that you have here is that you may not be looking broad enough, especially if you're dealing with like an enterprise site or anybody who has been around for, I'd say, longer than 2 or 3 years. If you're dealing with a website longer than that, or larger than, let's say, 100 pages, you're definitely looking at things too macro, too small for what you should be. Using our data, and this is sometimes a wow moment for people, but to give you an idea, this is on average when you are dealing with your true search and when you are looking at things at the right amount of scale. On average, you're actually dealing with about 500 people in search. That's people that you are actually competing with. Again, some of those are going to be highly related to you. Some of them are going to be loosely related. Regardless, inside of search, you are competing with every single one of these websites. You're competing for that market share, for that ground inside of search results. So again, if you're looking at things and you're just comparing yourself against 2 or 3 or even 10 people, it's not enough. You have to be doing things. And again, specifically, you have to be looking at things at scale, and the scale that applies to you. And so the way that this should be viewed at is, again, going to our example here, is that you should be looking at a much broader field, and if you can, all of your field, but if not, a really good, healthy sampling. I dare say half of all the searches that you're going for, you should be showing up for, or at least tracking and monitoring for the competition. And as a part of that, you can then identify who really you're competing with. And again, sometimes that's going to be Wikipedia. Sometimes it's going to be the Walmarts, the Amazons. And if you're, again, discounting those people because, yeah, they're big, but if those are the people that you're competing with commonly in search, then those are your true search competitors. And it's not really until you truly understand who those search competitors are that you can really start to take control of your search and search results for yourself. Until that happens, you're just kind of flying blind, and you're really beholden onto the algorithm updates, the changes that other people are doing, and how they either positively or negatively impact their search results and subsequently your search results. And so ultimately, if you can understand who you're competing with, you can start to actually gain some control. And the way that you start to gain this control, especially using this competitive intelligence, is through 2 forms. It's through strategic and methodic. And obviously you gain insights, you gain data, but just to tackle this in a few different ways from a strategic standpoint, we'll take one of our clients that we have, for example, that's using our platform. They're an online pharmacy. They're out of Canada. And so for them, for example, one of the things that you can gain from a strategic standpoint is you can start to understand your search biases. So for them, for example, when they're looking at their search and they're saying, hey, we saw this huge rise, we saw this large gain for one of our products, but now we're seeing it crash. We're seeing that we're losing all of our ground. We have nothing left to stand on. That's a search bias. And so when you can actually, again, scope all of this out and look at market share, and you can go back and say, well, yes, we've lost ground. That is a true statement. However, if we look at our baseline, which is the orange section that we had before, and we look at where we're at today, we are still ahead. we are still above where we were before. So the optimizations, the work that we did to get there is still effective. It still is there. It's not as effective as it once was. However, we are still ahead of the baseline. So the bias, which in this case was, hey, we've fallen, we're gone, we're off the map completely, is not true. And we can, in this case, back it up with data and say, no, we're still there. We're still above where we were. And in fact, in this case, we've almost doubled. We've doubled the market share of what we had before. It's not nearly as high as it was, and we'll get there, but it is not to the detriment that everybody might think it is. Another insight that we might gain is, are we in the right place? And specifically, is our pages in the right place? Are the sections of our site where we want them to be? Again, for them, they're an online pharmacy in Canada. So if we look at everything dealing with pharmacy for them, and this is another good example, they got hit with the last algorithm update. So if we go through, and it's again, another, the sky is falling moment. Everything is going down. But again, if we're able to look at this from that broader lens of this market share, we can quickly understand, identify, and basically say, yes, we lost market share. However, overall, we're still dominating. We're still above everybody else by leaps and bounds. And to take that further, we've stabilized. Yes, we fell, but we're stabilizing. And in some respects, we're actually beginning to grow back. So yes, we've fallen, but we are not below. We didn't fall. We didn't lose market share per se. We've actually, in this case, we've stabilized. So we did lose market share, but we didn't actually fall off the face of the map, if you will. The other thing that we can start to gain is, does our intent actually match up with searchers and for what Google wants to validate here? So this is a good example. This goes back to kind of the testing and the varied results that Google sometimes puts out there. So it deals with birth control specifically. For them, it's a lot of informational. They obviously sell products related to that, but the bulk of their content and the things that are ranking are blogs, and it's content, it's questions, it's things related to information. And as you can imagine, it's a pretty competitive space. You deal with a lot of government sites, you deal with a lot of informational sites where that's all that they do. And so for them, the intent is kind of mixed, right? It's not exactly what they do. It's not exactly what our client does. However, again, and this wasn't due to the algorithm, but they did lose some intent. They did kind of lose some searches because they just weren't the most relevant for it. However, you can see this kind of testing phase where Google really likes them and then they kind of drop them out, and then Google really likes them. And there's this kind of trend where they go through this phase of they like them and then they kind of drop them and then they like them. And as of recent, they are starting to see this section grow again. So again, it's one of those where there's some sort of testing happening at Google. It's not that they're done anything wrong on their side. It's not even that we're in the wrong space per se. It's that maybe the intent for them, and they understand this, the intent is maybe not the most accurate. Again, this is all informational for them, and that's okay. And so going through these kind of ebbs and flows is fine. However, the big thing to note here is that they are seeing that kind of gain, especially from that market share standpoint. They're seeing that their ranks are coming back. They are losing some, but those ranks keep coming back. They keep leapfrogging back into place. And that is resonating with Google in the sense that they are starting to see that growth come back. Another thing that we can do is look at missing opportunities. This can be done, obviously we're looking at this from the positive aspect, but we're saying who's taken ground. If we look at the most recent algorithm update, who took ground, who gained out of that? And from there, we can start to get granular. So in this case, we're taking one of their competitors and we're saying, look, these guys saw a meteoric rise inside of search. And to dive a little bit further, we can start saying what pages and specifically what products for them actually saw that rise, saw that lift, saw that change inside of search. And again, if you're tracking all of this stuff isn't something that you have to go and dig for. This is all readily available. It's at your fingertips. Inside of Quarter, this is as easy as saying, I want to look at this competitor and I want to go and look at their pages that are ranking for this topic. And then if we go a little bit further, we can begin to understand what's good and what's bad. And specifically, is this stuff that we actually want to rank for? Is this stuff we don't want to rank for? And is this stuff that a competitor is taking away from us? Or is this something that everybody's generally losing? For example, that top one there, the Fusidin Cream Canada, for example, they took a massive amount of market share, They didn't necessarily take it away from us. Doesn't look like we actually had a ton of market share there. However, that's an opportunity. If they've taken it, there's a real good chance that we can go to the page ranking for that. We can learn from it. We can apply it to our page and we can rank. And that dips right into the next part, which is the methodic side of things. So how do we actually take action here? And from, at a core bare minimum level, a lot of people are here, right? I've got one member on my team, or I have to do 4 other functions, and SEO happens to be part of that. And so this is where you can start to understand like the bare minimums. If you're tracking, again, your competitors and you have this competitive intelligence, you can start to understand, if I'm looking at my site in comparison to the top people who are showing up there, is, the bare minimums on my site, the meta tags, the anchor text, the alt text, what is truly winning for me? What is winning for my competitors? And where do I need to shore up? And so for our page and for our example here on this keyword, looks like, yeah, we need to work on our meta tags a little bit more. We need to work on some anchor text, alt text, and we need to work on some body copy. As long as we can work on those things and we can learn from the competitors that are doing that well, then there's a real good chance that we could actually regain the ground, if not, establish our ground even more. The other thing that we can start to learn is, what are the industry and innovation gaps? Are we part of that? Are we part of the innovation, or are we behind? So, again, taking our client as the example here, not faring too well in terms of some technical performance, but content-wise, they're not too bad. And so we can say, okay, we're leaning into content pretty good, but technically we could do a lot better. There are some people out there that, again, if we highlight them here, they're doing better than us from a technical standpoint. So if they're starting to take our market share, that's something to be concerned of. Or in this case, we can look at some people who are doing just as bad, if not worse than us in some of our same fields and respects, and worse than some other people. And we can say, what is going on? Why are they having just as much market share for this kind of keyword over us? And what can we do to potentially learn from that? We can go and take a look at them, and we don't have to spend time and hours digging into this. Instead, it's surfaced right here. We can simply go and take a look, identify that this is a really weird looking thing to occur. Go look at this page and figure out what's going on. Do they have a lot more authority than we do? Do they have something like a tool or a widget on their site that they're offering that we might be able to learn from, and again, maybe incorporate into our site? Basically, we can start surfacing these things quickly and start filling in our own gaps, or we can start innovating ourselves. The last thing that we can do from a methodic standpoint is we can start learning, what can we do to become better than the rest? And specifically from a content standpoint, if we're looking at it that way, we can start understanding, what are people writing about? What are the topics people are writing about? What are the competitors that are actually writing content that seems to be faring well inside of search? Again, based off of their rankings, off of their market share. Are they actually writing things that matter and that are actually getting them traction and that are actually getting rewarded by Google? And what can we write, or what do we need to potentially cover as well? And then to go further, what do we need to potentially write about that's not getting covered? Is there something that somebody else is writing that we could also potentially learn from and incorporate into our page? If anybody has been in the industry long enough here, if you've ever heard of the 10x concept from Moz, this is exactly that. But again, at a much quicker, much faster, much easier way, because we're just looking at competitors, we're surfacing them. And again, it's all about that competitive intelligence. So with everybody moving forward, with a potential recession on the horizon here, the one thing that I think is kind of in the back of everybody's mind, especially on the digital front here, is, everybody's going to be constrained for time and resources. And it is my firm belief here that competitive intelligence is going to allow for flexibility and control, specifically without needing additional time or resources, especially for SEO teams, practitioners, whatever it might be. And one of those ways, for example, going back to the breaker example, is that if you can start to understand where your competitors are, you can start to understand what's actually happening within your search environment, then you can start to either brace for things, you can start to shore up things that you are seeing as either a trend where other people are not, failing, let's say, on page speed, or you can say like, hey, look, content-wise, we might be a little bit low than everybody else, so we need to actually pick that up. Either way, regardless, the point here is that you can start to understand where your strengths and where your weaknesses are and what you potentially need to do proactively before it starts to affect your site. And you can do that because you're seeing your competitors and you can seeing, again, what's being rewarded by Google at scale. The other thing you can start to do is you can start to actually measure the impact, right? And again, going back to your competitors, you can start seeing, if we make this change, is this going to just simply catch us up to people? Or is this something that's going to be innovative? Is this something that's going to take us ahead of everybody? The example here, if we do some speed updates, is that just simply catching us up to the rest of the group? Or would it be more beneficial to do a bunch of content updates? And if we do content updates, is that going to take us further ahead because everybody else is behind in terms of content? Traditionally, that's a big guessing game. But if you can start understanding, again, at scale, what your competitors are doing and what's happening in your search market, then you can start identifying and with confidence saying, yes, by doing these changes, this is going to lead to the most outcome or to the farthest place for me to go. The other thing you can do, and this is something that is really exciting, is that it essentially starts to take out, and this is the big thing for all SEOs, it starts to take away the it depends or the X factor when it comes to, if I make this change, what's going to happen, right? And there's always the it depends when it comes to SEO, and any SEO will always give you that, right? But this starts to lessen that. It starts to make it not as big of a point because you can start to see, yes, all of my competitors have this kind of page speed. This is where everybody kind of fits from a technical standpoint. This is the kind of content quality everybody has. And if you're measuring it, again, at that kind of scale, you can begin to have that confidence in saying that, yes, we need to focus on content. Content is either where we're behind or where we can really make a big impact and a big wave within the industry. And this is where you, as a marketing or a marketing team or an SEO, you could really start driving which direction you want to go. Do you want to, again, start making that big wave? Do you have to just go into a triage mode? You can start deciding where you need to go based off of your time and your resources. So again, just to bring it back full circle, heading into a potential recession or a time where people are going to have to work with what they have, and competitive intelligence is going to be the one thing that, in my mind, is going to really give you the flexibility and the control that you're going to need to control your teams and to ultimately control your work without needing additional time and without needing additional resources. Now, just to give some practical examples of how that might work. Again, I did mention this, but if we match this like, some of these decisions to goals or needs, if we go, for example, if you're in a mode of search triage, right? Either I've had to do some layoffs, or again, I'm just one person on this team, or it's me and I have 5 other things to do and SEO is just one of the hats I wear, then this is where you could say, look, I just need to keep things stable. Loss is something that's going to happen, but I just need to make sure that I don't lose things completely. Then you can start understanding, am I in the right place? Am I competing with the right people? And furthermore, what do I need at a bare minimum to make sure that I maintain where I'm at, right? Can I just go through and do my meta tags to make sure I just kind of stabilize where I'm at? The other thing you can do, speaking of stabilization, is start to dive in and start to understand, am I in the right place for searchers? Going back to that blog example, are we seeing the right behavior, right? Are people actually validating that they want us? Is Google validating that they want us there? Are we constantly dropping out of, these common searches? Is our market share constantly in fluctuation? And then further from that, what do we need to do to be on par with everybody? If not, maybe get ahead a little bit. Do we need to modify some content? Do we need to do some speed updates? What do we need to do to essentially, again, stabilize our platform, stabilize our website, and basically stop where we're at, or just, again, gain maybe a little bit of ground? And then if you're one of the few teams that is getting ready for this time period to really hit the ground hard and begin some organic expansion, this is the time where you can start to learn from the people who are really winning and the people that are excelling inside of search and the people that are losing inside of search. And you can start learning what it's going to take to become the best of the best. Again, this could be from a technical standpoint. This could be from a content standpoint. This could even be from an authority standpoint. Either way, you're going to begin to see who is being treated right in search, who is not. And then again, if they align with you, great. If not, then you know that you need to pivot or potentially move away. And it's the same thing for your site, right? Are you seeing your search market gain, increase, decrease, or whatever it might be? But at the end of the day, you'll be able to understand what's needed to make your site the best of the best and truly become the industry leader for where you're at. So one of the last things I'll leave you off with here is that algorithm updates, they're only going to increase over time. They're not going to decrease. They're just going to keep happening. Again, thousands, if not tens of thousands at this point, are getting pushed out every year. The warnings and the telling is going to just become more and more ambiguous and less defined. And just to put it simply, change and just this fluctuation inside of search is now a part of search. It's part of SEO. And it is no longer a time to fight that and to quickly, not even quickly, but just to understand that. Instead, it's a time to actually go with the flow. It's time to understand what's happening, learn from it, adapt to it, take those learnings and make the change within your site, make it part of your tool set. And the key to unlocking that tool set of learning and adaptation is, in my mind, competitive intelligence. So with that, I'll leave you with this. Quarter, we have fantastic technology. There is this QR code. If you take a picture there, you'll actually be able to go. We'll give you a small test drive. We'll actually take some data, put it and apply it to your site. And you can actually see what some of this competitive intelligence looks like for your site and what we might be able to surface for you. So with that, that's everything I have. So thank you. Thanks for listening to me today. Marta?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Colton. It was an awesome presentation. I'll remind you guys that you can write your questions in the chat if you want to ask something. But I have actually a few questions from my side to you, Colton. So first of all, I wanted to ask, with all those core updates by Google, it is obvious that there will be a lot of updates, but we don't know for sure, and we don't know in advance how they will affect our website. So do you have any actionable tips or advice? How can we keep our websites protected from negative effect? And do you think that SEO specialists need to measure the effect after each update? Like, is it important to do it? And how can, what are the metrics to look at?
Yeah. So to tackle the first thing, right, what can you do? That one is always going to be difficult. Again, I'll go back to competitive intelligence. That's what I talked to today, right? The biggest thing here is just understand those updates are constantly getting pushed out. And so realistically, it's just understanding what the actual impact is, right? Is it, I showed some examples that probably would be considered negative. And so the real question is, even if it is a drop, is it really like a sky is falling moment? Is it truly a moment that everything is dying? Or is it just a moment where, yeah, it's fallen off, but it fell off because maybe we overgrew. Maybe we ranked for something that realistically we shouldn't have ranked for, right? We ranked for keywords that just didn't make sense. And so it was a moment of correction. But again, in that example, right, we're able to show, and again, if you're tracking things properly, you can show we still have 2x growth. So we still have growth even with this drop, even with going through, an algorithm update. So realistically, what can you do? I think at this point, all you can do is just do your best to make sure that your site is the best of the best. But all of that really bleeds back to the best of the best for your industry, which is going to come back to who you're competing with, right? If you're competing with the Amazons and the Walmarts of the world because you're an e-commerce store, then you're going to have to get on it. You're going to have to create thousands of pages. You got to get on top of UGC content or user-generated content. You have to incorporate those things to essentially play catch up. If you're not wanting to bank on those things and you want to kind of run your own path, then that's also an option, but you go down that path of, I guess, ambiguity, where, again, unless you have this kind of intelligence, you don't really know what to track. So going back to what you should be tracking, again, there's the kind of standard truths, right? Rankings is one of those things that you should be tracking. And again, rankings at scale, if you're running a 1,000-page website, you should be tracking tens of thousands of keywords if possible. If you have a 10-page website, you should be tracking hundreds of keywords. To the same end, you should also be monitoring what kind of traffic you've got coming through. Are they using your website, right? So you user stats and metrics. One thing, hopefully everybody's leveraging here, but if you're not, Search Console is probably your best friend when it comes to understanding potentially how people are actually coming to your search and what the impact is from these updates. So that's what I would leave it off with. Rankings is going to be a big one. Search, Google Search Console. And then again, not everybody has this, but it is something that I, at least for now, will keep pushing, is competitive intelligence. That is the next wave of, first off, just understanding and riding the waves of algorithms and just changes in search in general. And then, taking it the next level, which is how do I grow? How do I adapt to what's happening, right? Whether positive or negative.
Awesome. We actually have one question in the chat. So I'll read it to you. Most of the SEO tools are based on Google search engine results page. What if Google search face competition? Google will be there always?
Ask that question one more time. Sorry.
Okay. Most of the SEO tools are based on Google search engine result page. What if Google search face competition? Google will be there always? ?
So I'm assuming, right, if Google starts surfacing their own results, what do we do then? Would that be a fair assumption of summary of the question, you think?
Yes. If there is a competitor to Google, some other search engine that will be like quite big competitor, what will we do then? And what will be with all those SEO tools we're using now?
Oh, easy. I mean, here's the thing. All search tools, I mean, this isn't just related to Quarter. This is every search tool, right? Every search tool basically goes out and does nothing more than just query Google. So they just search Google themselves, and then they just pull back the results or the HTML, and then they serve it up in different ways, right? That's really what it breaks down to. So if, let's say, another competitor comes along, we'll just say Bing, right? If Bing comes along and all of a sudden they become the major search engine, then it'll just switch. Everybody will start doing more searches on Bing, and Bing will become the dominant search engine. And it's the same thing. We'll just start doing more and more queries on Bing, and we'll pull back that data and we'll start servicing that. It's really not that much different. So I wouldn't say too much.
Got it. We have one more like a comment, not a question, but I'll also read it to you. If the market leader of SEO shares their findings after every update from Google release, that can be helpful for others to look at those changes to stay stable. I would agree with that. That would be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was kind of saying, right? And that's where, like, that competitive intelligence can either inform whether you're in the right space. Again, maybe you had some growth, overgrowth. I don't think that's a term used too often, but it does happen quite a bit where, we'll take that example of the birth control blogs that for our one client, where they were ranking for a lot of things that they probably shouldn't have, things that eventually they had government resources and they had all sorts of very authoritative sources come in and basically, trump them. Not that they were wrong, but they had other sources come in with more authority, saying the same things that they were, and Google was validating those more. And that was probably, an algorithm update, right? Or a test even, where they were saying, look, we're just going to give a little bit more favor to people who have this authority, this just, I guess I would say biased authority. It's not really, but biased authority, and we're just going to give them a boost. And again, it's not necessarily wrong, but it does mean that our client has to understand that it's nothing that they did wrong. It's not anything that we did wrong. It's not anything to like do a major correction or corrective action on. They're still being validated in search. People are still liking them. But it was just Google corrected something inside of search or made a change, and that impacted them and impacted some of their pages. Nobody did anything wrong. It just is going forward, some of those pages are not going to see as much traffic. Now, that being said, that's where we could go take a look. And in that case, we did. We can go back and say, hey, again, if those aren't government resources, are those competitors? And what are those competitors doing? For us, we saw that they were government resources and very high authoritative sources where it had nothing to do with content. It had nothing to do with anything that we had real control over. And so it's a moment where we have to sit back and say, it's really out of our control, and it's just kind of Google changing the metrics on us a little bit. But if it was a moment where, it had a competitor showed up, and we can learn from that they, for example, introduced a bunch of videos onto those pages, and that is what really made the difference for them. sweet, we now understand that quickly, and we can go and make that recommendation to our client, and our client can then understand and prioritize that internally, that, hey, in order to regain and potentially gain more market share, videos is a need, and you have to go and do videos. And they can then decide internally whether that is an action they want to do to retain or gain that back, or whether there is other actions or other opportunities that might outweigh that. And without that kind of competitive intelligence, you would either have to spend hours digging for this stuff yourself to figure this out, or kind of flying blindly, just making the assumption that, well, maybe it was something. But again, in this case, we were able to say, no, it had nothing to do with us or competitors per se. It was just something that changed that we had no control and can't control. So it just is a change that we'll have to just ride out going forward. So instead of focusing there, let's go elsewhere.
Yeah. While you've been explaining this, there are actually 2 more quick questions.
Awesome.
We're running out of time. So the first one, My Digital Marketing Empire wrote, it's easy to look at stats daily and get obsessed over them. How often do you look at these stats?
How often? So I look at them usually on a weekly basis for my clients. I have some clients that look at this stuff daily. So it really just depends on them. It really, and I will tell you this, it really depends on the size of their marketing teams most of the time. So if they have teams dedicated to this, those are the ones that are looking at this daily, trying to understand what's going on, and then going in and basically reacting to what's happening because they have the resources for it and they have the bandwidth. But there are some clients that are on the opposite spectrum where they just don't have the resources, right? It's the one person doing it. And in some cases, they're just basically saying, okay, we're a month later. In general, are we growing or are we not? And then if we're not, how do we get that back, right? Or how do we keep growing maybe in another area? But I have other clients as well where they're kind of doing their own thing and they have their own path and they have their own set of, I just want to go and do this thing and I want to just keep rising in this other way. So it really depends. And I would say it really just scales. And at the end of the day, what it really should be for anybody is what is the action that you can take? It doesn't make sense to look at these kind of stats, especially not daily, if you can't actually take action, or if the action that you're going to take is going to take a month to enact. If it's going to take you a month to enact, then you should probably look at this stuff at a monthly level, make recommendations, and then take that action at a monthly level. If you're able to get in there daily and make actions and recommendations and actually take action on a daily basis, then absolutely look at this stuff daily. So it really just depends, but I would tie it back to what can you actually do on the website and have that gauge how often you should be looking at this kind of stuff.
Awesome. Last one, but very interesting question. Is over-reliability on SEO killing creativity?
Could be. It could be, but I mean, here's one of the things is that, yes, I would say that it starts to kind of create this barometer when it comes to creating content, right? When I'm creating content, all of a sudden I have to create 4,000 words for a page, right? Or I have to go in and I have to add so many images, or yes, I have to add this video. But realistically, and especially if you are looking at things in this kind of way, in this kind of broad way, I'd say it opens up freedom and it opens up creativity, because instead of the traditional, right, I'm looking at these 4 competitors and then it's the same people over and over again. Instead, it all of a sudden becomes, okay, I'm looking at this keyword or this subset of keywords for this page. And because of that, I'm now looking at 40 different competitors. And again, if you're doing it this at scale and in aggregation, then you're able to say, look, here's all this content that I need to write about. And here's all these topics that are being brought up, again, not from one person, but from all of these people. And then again, here are videos and here's infographics. And basically it just kind of opens up, instead of it being the standard, like 4 things that you need to do, now you're looking at 20 things that you could potentially do. And from a creativity standpoint, at least for me, I look at that and I go, sweet. Instead of the boring old stuff that I can present to a client, I can now go back and say, look, here's this page and it's going to look super robust. And here's what you really need is all of this stuff inside of here, because I'm looking at all these people. And again, that is dynamic based off of the keywords and the groups that you're looking at and the pages that you're looking at, because we're looking at competitors at that level and we're looking at them at that scale. But again, if you're not doing that, then I would absolutely agree. It's going to become stagnant and stale, and to some degree, probably not that useful, because how do you know that they're faring that well in search? You don't until you're doing things, again, at a scale that is comparable. You don't know if those things that they're doing is benefiting them or hurting them until, again, you're looking at this stuff in the right way.
Of course, yeah, I totally agree with you. And, you know, like my point on it is that SEO gives us some, you know, like basic outlines. It gives us topics, keywords, what to write about, but still we're not limited in terms of content we create. So we can show all of our creativity in this text, in those images, in those videos we create. Here we're not limited in any way. So yeah. Thanks a lot, guys, for interesting questions. And thank you, Colton, for this presentation. It was awesome, super interesting. And we're happy that you joined us, that you took your time to be here today. It was really a pleasure, and we hope to see you in the future.
Of course. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys, so we're slowly moving to the end of our event, but we still have one speaker. It's Kevin Indig from Shopify. But before we move to our Q&A session, I will play a short video about everybody wants it, everybody tries to achieve it. Ranking #1 on Google is a dream for any online business. But how do you think you can do it? Creating valuable content, building links, fixing technical issues, all of this is good, but you want to know what is really working and helping you to reach the target audience. Let me introduce you the SEO case created by our team at Plurdy. This is an example of how just one report can lead to 66% increase in impressions, almost 400 new keywords added, and 500 existing keywords that improved their positions. And if your goal is to increase the impressions, clicks, and average position for your website, don't miss this opportunity. Check out our case study and try Plurdy absolutely for free today. Okay, guys, so for everybody who missed this video after our first presentation, I will just make a small reminder that you are able to test the SEO tool used in this case study we presented. Plurdy is giving you 14 days free trial, and also for all people who are attending our conference, we have a special offer, a 30% discount on any yearly plan. Just use it with a promo code SEO Party 2022. It is in the description, and this offer is valid during 48 hours after our event, so hurry up. Okay, so we're moving to our last speaker for today. I'm happy to meet Kevin Indiga from Shopify. I bet many of you have heard of him. Kevin, hello. Thanks for being with us today and joining our event. So I'll make a quick introduction. Kevin is the SEO director at Shopify, creator of the Growth Memo newsletter, and the host of TechBound podcast. He ran SEO departments for companies like G2 and Atlassian, and was recognized as top SEO expert in 2020 and 2022. So Kevin, welcome. We're so happy to have you.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Cool. So our Q&A session today is going to be about SEO trends in 2022. Actually, today we've been talking a lot about different interesting things, cases from SEO. And our team at Plurdy ran a survey last month. It was a survey about SEO trends. So basically today we want to discuss the questions that were in this survey. And I would like to start with EAT factor. How do you think? Is this a real ranking factor, or it is just a concept? Because nobody will argue that showing your expertise, authority, and trustworthiness is important. But how do you think, does it matter for Google ranking?
It's a good question. You know, there's been a lot of buzz and a lot of noise about EAT. And we know that EAT is a concept that Google tries to embody with different signals. And some of the signals that we in the SEO community have higher conviction around influencing EAT are things like the backlink profile. So are you being cited or referenced by authoritative sites in your space or in your vertical, the quality and depth of your content, and how well you cover a content. Now, the important point about EAT is that we don't know for sure, we don't know 100% what signals have the highest impact, because it seems that Google reevaluates trust not in real time, which might also be very difficult, right? But you notice, or we have noticed, that typically when EAT seems to be a problem, it seems like sites are being reevaluated during core algorithm updates. And that makes it a bit more difficult to say which signal has a certain impact. And it also leads to a lot of speculation of what matters in this thing called EAT. Now, the last thing I want to add is that EAT probably matters more in certain industries than others. And so I just want to highlight the fact that not all ranking signals or concepts apply the same for every industry. So any YMYL, your money or your life industry, like health, finance, those classic offenders, they might have a higher degree of importance for EAT, while something like e-commerce, I don't think EAT matters much, if at all. Maybe in some specific, outlier industries, but it is very industry specific. We don't know for sure what goes into EAT, and there's a lot of speculation, so we have to be kind of careful.
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting point on EAT about the industries. I would also add to this that there might be no direct links to the ranking factors, but indirectly, I totally agree that it influences it. And you should definitely take a look at the score and make sure your EAT is high enough. So let's now talk a bit about Core Web Vitals. What is the role of this concept and this factor in 2022? And should companies really strive for this green zone and try to achieve this maximum results for their Core Web Vitals?
Yeah, I like that you asked this question now, because to me, Core Web Vitals is on the other end of the spectrum, right? So if we're talking about EAT, it's this highly theoretical concept that we don't know too much about. Core Web Vitals is the exact opposite, where we know exactly what thresholds and what milestones Google wants us to hit, and we know exactly how to measure it, and we know that it has an impact on ranks. Now, before I go on, it's important to understand that the signal from Core Web Vitals is not more important than the signal from, say, content or backlinks or user experience. But user experience, Core Web Vitals is part of user experience, so I have to be careful there. But it's a small signal, but it matters, and we know how to quantify it. And we know that it matters more in industries like e-commerce, right? So before we spoke about this idea of industry-specific ranking signals, and e-commerce or any industry where a transaction is important is impacted by speed and by Core Web Vitals, right? The predecessor of Core Web Vitals is page speed, and there's this old school kind of saying or study that every 100 milliseconds that a page loads faster, it might impact revenue positively by 1%. And so the same idea applies to Core Web Vitals, where it matters mostly when transactions happen, like in e-commerce, and it really matters to hit the thresholds, right? So previously, page speed was measured more relatively, right? If you have good page speed, it matters what your competitors are doing in page speed. Core Web Vitals is different. Core Web Vitals has very clear targets, and it doesn't matter if you just beat those targets by a small margin or by a lot, you pass the Core Web Vitals test, and that's a positive signal to Google. So I'll pause there because there's a lot to say about Core Web Vitals, but yeah, these thresholds are most important, and especially in e-commerce.
Mm-hmm. So having that in mind about Core Web Vitals matter most to industries where UX matters most, can we conclude that other industries that are not, where UX is not a big case, they can just ignore those metrics and don't look at them once they want it to influence their SEO in general?
For the large part, yeah. In SaaS, for example, Core Web Vitals almost don't matter. And sure, if your site takes 5 seconds to load, that's not going to be a great experience. But generally, it doesn't matter as much as when transactions are prominent. So yeah, SaaS don't matter much. Enterprise SEO, I don't think it matters. Or for enterprise companies, it doesn't matter that much. And then for publishing or for content-driven sites that run their business models on ads, on advertising, it matters much more how bad the advertising experience is, right? So core web vitals can be impacted by ads, but it's not the only factor. And that's why core web vitals are just 3 metrics out of page experience, which are 8 metrics. And interstitials and poor ad experience is one of those 8 metrics, or 2 of those 8 metrics. And so in that case, I wouldn't look at core web vitals. I would more so look at, hey, are the ads interrupting the content experience? Are they covering the content? Are they shifting content around? All that has to be taken into account when it comes to user experience.
And if you already touched on the user experience, previously, user experience and SEO was a bit of a in competition as a separate things. But now, what are the connections between UX and SEO? And can you agree that websites should now put more effort and focus on their UX than it was like a few years ago?
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head, Marta. I think that we're seeing UX and SEO kind of merging together. And the reason is that even if your content is great, if your user experience is very poor, then people will bounce and look at a different site. It also goes hand in hand with trust. And we don't know how Google measures that. Right? We talked about EAT earlier. If you're a health website and you cite all sorts of studies and you have doctors writing the content and the content is amazing, but it looks like a spammy website from 1990, it's just not going to be successful. So we know that UX matters. We can measure it with things like time on site, bounce rate, scroll depth, basically the user behavior, returning customers. So these are all kind of proxy metrics to understand user experience better, but we don't know exactly how Google factors it in. One theory out there is that Google measures the long click or pogo stick when it comes to user experience. And so it remains for us as SEOs that it matters more over time. And it is probably specific to your industry and to your website and to your business model, right? But at the end of the day, we know that you want to create a quick critical path for users. You want to make sure that users can get to the answer that they're looking for in search as quickly and as efficiently as possible, and ideally with an experience that is better than your competitors. And what that means, is very context dependent. It can be the font size, the font color, how visible are the CTAs? Does your website work well on mobile, right? It's all these kind of fuzzier elements that are difficult to quantify. But I think as SEOs, it's impossible to pay a lot more attention to that type of stuff.
I'd also add to this that users are becoming more and more demanding. They actually pays attention to all those small things, like what is the font you're using, how easy it is to, interact with your website. So with this increased, pickiness of users, it's really important for websites to pay attention to their UX and to work on the design of the website. So we can conclude that usability affects the organic traffic growth for the websites. But if we talk more about channels that influence the traffic in general and the growth of the traffic for a website, should companies dedicate most of the time on growing organic traffic, like on their SEO, UX, or maybe other channels like referrals, paid search, social media, or something else really are more promising at the moment?
It is the right question, because I still see too many companies and too many marketers looking at channels in isolation. And that is especially bad when it comes to SEO. Why is that the case? Not because Google looks at how many likes your tweet has or how many followers you have on TikTok, but because Google tries to reflect what's going on in the real world for searchers, right? And and part of that is stuff like brand recognition. And Google can understand simply by search volume for your brand, right? If your brand gets 500 million monthly searches, you're probably an authority in a lot of topics, right? And so things like users looking at search results and picking a certain brand, or going direct to a certain brand, or looking for brand keyword combinations, something like Macy's black dress, or electric car Tesla, right? Those kind of things. These are easy signals for Google to measure and to understand. And that's all driven by a multi-channel strategy. Doesn't mean you need to be present on all the channels, but it means that just doing SEO in isolation is not enough for you to build a brand that is recognized and sought after. So yes, I think companies need to invest in more channels than SEO, but what that looks like and what the right channel is for a product and for a company, that varies on the industry and on who your target audience is.
Mm-hmm. And can we also state that other channels and traffic from other channels directly influences the organic performance of the website? I mean, like if you don't have traffic from other channels, even if your content is good, your UX is perfect, you will not really get to those top 3 results or even the first page.
We don't know is the honest answer. There are 2 camps out there. There's one camp that says, oh, it doesn't matter at all. Traffic from other channels does not impact SEO. And then there's the camp that says, no, you definitely want to have referral traffic and Google can measure it through Chrome. But the honest answer is that we don't know for sure. I have anecdotally observed that traffic from, say, YouTube campaigns or Google Ads to a landing page has shown also a spike in organic traffic to that page. However, the big question is that because of traffic, or is it because of increased brand awareness, right, and increased searches? So we don't know the causality behind it. And we've observed anecdotally some cases where that's true. So, but in short, I would be very careful to say that's definitely true and everybody should do it. I think it's something that every company should test into and find out for themselves.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's now maybe talk a bit about a topic related specifically to online stores. And in our survey, we had one question about AMP for online stores. I'll just give a small background for people who don't know about that. So AMP is Accelerated Mobile Pages. It was a project by Google and Twitter. And basically, this technology means that pages can load faster and the speed time is decreasing, which sounds very good for SEO. So like page speed is very important factor. But the reply to this answer in our survey was kind of surprising, because 90% of people answered they will not use AMPs for online stores. Can you explain it a bit and tell us about some drawbacks of using AMPs?
Yeah, it's very interesting because I see more and more sites removing AMP and moving off of AMP. Before Shopify, I worked for a company called G2, and on G2 we tried AMP for our category pages. And once we removed it, we saw an increase in organic traffic to category pages. So I think that, first of all, AMP is slowly fading and maybe even dying. And I think part of the reason is that it's very difficult to get good analytics for AMP. It's difficult to monetize through AMP because the whole idea of AMP is twofold. One is strip everything away except for the main content. So ads, some navigation elements, some styling, right? It's basically like strip all of that away and provide a very bare bones version of the page. And the second concept is caching. Right, AMP is so fast because before you click on an AMP result, your browser caches the page, and you can't do that without adopting AMP. Right, there's pre-caching and all that kind of stuff. It's its own kind of science, but you can do that without using AMP. And if you do that, you don't need to make compromises on your analytics. You don't need to make compromises on monetization and so on. So I think AMP was an interesting test, and I think it's fading out and it's going away and it's dying. And that's I don't want to say it's a good thing or a bad thing. It was just a test, and that's where we are. So Long story short, I don't think it makes sense for e-commerce stores. I don't see a lot of e-commerce stores doing it, but I think the ideas of AMP are not stupid, which is first, make sure that your experience doesn't slow down the site load for the user. And second, make sure you use caching and pre-caching effectively for your audience.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great explanation. Thanks a lot. I think it really made it clear. Next trend I wanted to ask you about is using LCI keywords. So many people make the case that it is really like a key part. It's becoming a key part of search engine rankings now. Do you agree with that? And is the use of LCI keywords really important in 22? And can we actually use it to boost SEO results?
And I know, some SEOs are very allergic to LSI, and the reason is that LSI is an outdated concept that doesn't really exist or that Google does not seem to use anymore, as far as we know. However, there are a lot of SEO tools out there that try to provide an answer to what keywords you should include in your content, how often you should mention them. And LSI is just one way to get there. Another way is through entity optimization or entity recognition and extraction. And the concepts are not the same, but they're all trying to achieve the same thing, which is to analyze the content that performs best for a given keyword, and then look at what entities are mentioned, what topics are covered, what keywords are mentioned in that content. That's what all of these, whether it's LSI or TF-IDF, all of these methodologies, they all try to accomplish the same thing. Now, there's this important differentiation to be made here, which is the difference between practicality and theory. In theory, Google doesn't use these, or we're pretty certain that Google does not use these concepts. However, in practical experience, whenever I use an editor that uses some of these concepts to create SEO content, it typically performs better than without any SEO tool, right? So to me, right, in theory, we can argue all day long about, oh, does it matter? Does it not matter? Is it used? Is it not used? Where could Google use it? But at the end of the day, if you want to achieve results, and I would call myself a results-oriented marketer, if you want to achieve results, then I've seen lots of cases with lots of companies that using some of these tools is better than not using them. So of course I want to use those tools, and I would recommend everyone else to use those tools or to test it out and see what the difference is. And again, it doesn't matter as much if Google is really using it or not, as long as the results are good. And sure, no tool gives you the perfect answer, so you always need to apply a little bit of brain juice, but that's how we think about LSI keywords. At the end of the day, what results are you getting? And first, let's talk about the results, and then talk about how we got there.
That's true. I think the one thing that we can absolutely be sure about is that we'll never get to know all the secrets Google have and how these algorithms work in real life. So yeah, let's now move to more traditional things, but extremely important, backlinks. Backlinks for SEO is like every marketer, every SEO specialist know what it is, and the role of it is obvious. But it looks like there is a shift from quantitative to qualitative factors if we're talking about backlinks. And I wanted to ask you, how does the quality of a backlink affect the site's ranking on Google, and where is the sweet spot between quantity and quality of backlinks?
Yeah, the quality matters a lot. Quality matters more than quantity now. And part of the reason for why that is because it's easier to get a lot of kind of basic or lower quality links, especially when you start out. And it gets harder to get really high quality links. But the question is, what defines a high quality link? When is a link of high quality? And in SEO, we use proxy metrics like domain authority, domain strength, to kind of quantify that. And these metrics are reliable to a certain degree, but they're not perfect, right? And so I think, honestly, I don't think we have in the SEO community a common understanding of what high quality even means. My understanding, for example, is that a high quality link is topically relevant on the page level, which means that no matter what the site is, the page that links to my page, there needs to be an overlap in topic. They need to at least be tangentially on the same topic, ideally cover almost exactly the same topic. And number two, the link must get traffic, must get clicked, right? Like a link is only as good as it's used. If it's not used, then why does it matter? And Google has registered patents many years ago about being able to understand traffic to links, or factoring that in and how likely a link is to get clicked. That's the idea of the reasonable surfer model, which was part of the first PageRank patent. So there's a lot of theory around this, and I personally made good experiences by using those two lenses to say when a link is of high quality. The last part of the answer I want to give is about how do you know when you have enough? How do you know when you're successful? There are really only two ways to say that. One is if you rank number one for the target keyword you're going after, and you do all the other things right, like technical SEO and content is all perfect. But the other lens that I like is that you compare it against the biggest players in your industry. And so you want to understand who are your competitors, your direct competitors, and what does their backlink profile look like, and how do you compare against them? That's how I would measure quality and success.
Mm-hmm. And talking about backlinks, what types of backlinks and backlink strategies you consider to be the most effective in 2022? Today we've been talking a bit about backlinks with Amazing You from ClickUp, and they are utilizing the surround sound strategy. I don't know if you know about it, probably you do. What do you think about like this kind of strategies, or you're like more a fan of traditional backlink strategies?
Yeah, it depends on the brand that I'm working with. You know, for a brand like Shopify, it's super strong, and we don't need to do any cold outreach or anything like that. So we can really lean heavily on data stories, on just, we have millions of merchants on our platform. So we have a lot of great data, and we can really understand the e-commerce industry as a whole. So we can leverage that data to create beautiful data stories, and we have the connections with journalists or just reporters in general to seed these stories and to gain the necessary attention. So link building for Shopify is very different compared to a new domain or a small startup that is not very well known yet. Generally, what I've seen effective still is guest posting still works. And there are different levels of quality for guest posting. Link swaps, trades, buying links, all these stuff still work, and it's done a lot, right? It's not talked about a lot because everybody's afraid to be penalized, but it still works pretty well. Then lastly, I think that for some verticals and some countries, cold outreach can still work, but I've seen the open rates and response rates and success rates from cold outreach dropping tremendously over the last couple of years, simply because everybody these days is aware that, hey, somebody's sending you an email asking for a link or trying to provide something relevant for your audience. Like, everybody knows what the person on the other hand or on the other end wants. So I've seen that becoming less effective. Not saying it doesn't work at all anymore, but it depends on the vertical and niche. And you want to factor in what type of domain you're working with and what access to data you have.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we actually have one question in the chat. I will bring it up now while we're still talking about backlinks. So the question is the following: if fake traffic came through that quality backlinks, how Google will measure it?
I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of cases where fake traffic comes through a link from another site. So one thing that I really like to do is looking at the referral traffic from other domains and seeing how that traffic converts and what it does and what pages people click on. I haven't really seen a case of fake traffic, but I'd be very curious to hear more opinions or learn more about how other people might handle that.
Okay. So let's now switch a bit to from backlinks to internal links, which is also a quite exciting topic. I've checked one of your articles where you're writing about internal linking, and you have your own model called TIPR. Yes, is it
Tipper, yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Tipper. Yes, can you briefly describe what is it? And since that article was published in 2018, does it still apply? And what are like some changes it has nowadays?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you setting the stage for that. So really quick to explain, Tipper stands for True Internal Page Rank. And the whole idea behind Tipper, and I developed this back at Atlassian a couple of years ago, the whole idea of Tipper is that when we look at our internal link graph, what typically happens is that we crawl our site and we apply some sort of like a simulation of page rank to our site. And that's cool because it gives us the relative importance of a page within our site. But it's not applicable because we need to factor in backlinks from other sites or other domains, which can completely change where link equity accumulates or concentrates on my site, right? So that's the first thing. You want to factor in backlinks to get a good and accurate understanding of which of your pages are actually the strongest. And then from there, we also need to factor in that certain pages link out a lot but don't get a lot of links, and other pages get a ton of links but don't link out much. And it's kind of like you kind of want to apply like a Robin Hood type of strategy, right? Where you steal link equity from the rich and you give it to the poor, just in the concept of pages on your site. And you can only do that if you accurately understand which of your pages actually get a lot of link equity on your domain. So that's where Tipper comes from. In the very original version, it also factored in log files. And the reason for why I also included log files is because in my mind, log files are the best source to understand crawl budget for your site and how crawl budget changes. And what I observed in the original use case of Tipper at Atlassian is that the crawl rate of Google increased tremendously after we made improvements to the internal link structure. Now, since then, I created a lighter version of Tipper called Tipper Lite, where you don't need log files and you can do the whole thing basically just with Screaming Frog and Ahrefs. And there are probably other link tools or crawlers you can do this with as well. It's not just those, but that's the example that I used. And the nice thing is that Screaming Frog now also factors in the position of the internal link, because that strongly matters. An internal link from the content is much more valuable than from the footer or the top navigation, at least when it comes to the distribution of equity. So we can now better understand that. And I use Ahrefs in this case to map the backlinks to the pages. It still works pretty well. It's been since applied to many websites, and we've always seen a great uptick in traffic and organic traffic. So it's still alive and well out there.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you very much for introducing this concept and for working on it. I think it can be very helpful for many companies. I'll just quickly share in the chat a link to this article so everybody who's interested can check it out. My next question is actually about one thing Google did last year. Google started replacing title tags in search engine result pages with other relevant text from a web page. That could be H1 content, description content. What do you think about this? Is it a good thing? And what influence it can have on CTR?
Is it a good thing? Honestly, no. I don't think it's a good thing. I think the failure rate is way too high for that. And I do theoretically understand why Google does that. There are lots of titles that are not optimal, and there are also more titles that are over-engineered. And I wonder a little bit if Google maybe, I don't know this for sure, right? I'm being tongue-in-cheek, but I wonder if maybe one of the reasons for rolling this out was to maybe tone down the over-optimization in the search results for titles. I'm not 100% sure. However, it's very impactful, and most SEOs don't measure that enough. and that just blows my mind.
That's what I was going to ask next.
You probably saw me lash out on social media about this, but
Yes,
yeah.
yes. And I personally also was surprised that like 46% of people answered that they haven't been measuring it.
Yeah, it's crazy. At least go to Ahrefs. Ahrefs has a built-in feature. I don't want to be biased about a tool. I'm sure there are many out there, but at least go to Ahrefs and look at if the title you defined is also shown in the search results. Again, we when Google rolled this out, we saw the impact, at Shopify, and it's a big impact. It's a huge impact. Your click-through rate decreases very, very quickly. So it's something that, in my mind, every SEO should have on their radar and should test into how they impact. One thing that seems to have a big impact are things like the H1 or internal anchor text. So Google tries to use different signals to see if a better title applies. But no matter how they do it, you need to be on top of it, and you need to measure it over time.
Cool, makes sense. Okay, let's now move to another trend, another big thing for SEO and for marketing in general. It's video content. We all seen YouTube and we now see TikTok, how they are growing and how many users they have. So what is the impact of video content on SEO? How companies can utilize this video content in order to grow their organic positions?
Yeah, it's a great question, Malte. And the answer is that short form or video in general is becoming more important in several areas and dimensions, right? On the one hand, the place to be right now is TikTok. TikTok is kind of, the one rival that really gives Facebook and Google a run for their money. And they're all afraid of TikTok. And it's very difficult to stop TikTok in general. It's immensely successful. And part of the reason is because the algorithm is just so superior to anything that we've seen before. I mean, I'm sure most people here have spent a little bit of time on TikTok. If not, I encourage you to do it and just get a taste for how good it is. It's scary good. And so that just goes to show how important video is in general. But another dimension to look at is the search results. Google shows more and more videos in search results, and it makes a lot of sense because in most cases, videos are better answers or formats for answers to questions, except for when you look for a product to buy or a service to buy. But even when you look for a service to buy, there might be opportunities. And we can quantify that simply by how many video carousels Google shows in the search results. And the answer is that the line is going straight up. It's becoming more and more. And so as marketers, we have to ask ourselves, how can we leverage video in different use cases? It's the simplest when you try to go after keywords like how to do something or what is something. Usually a quick video is a much better answer than any text. It's much more user-friendly, and there's good engagement as well, typically from in terms of watch time or click-through rate or comments. And the challenge is that video has a much higher production cost than text. Anybody can write text on their couch, on their phone, at 9 p.m. at night when you watch Netflix. But video is something where you need a good camera, you need the right lighting, you need to cut it, you need to edit it. The tools to do that are getting better and it is getting easier, but the hurdle to jump over is higher. So what that means for us is that there's right now a window of opportunity to invest in good, high quality video and maybe be a couple of steps ahead of other competitors who cannot afford to do that. And so, I'll stop there. But video, hugely important. And don't forget that YouTube is the second largest search engine. Maybe TikTok will take their place soon, but it's still YouTube.
Yeah, it looks like they have a good chance to do that. I will agree with you. TikTok is a really scary thing in terms of how good they are. But there are other social media. There is Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram. How all of those other social media influences the organic search as well? And are there any social media signals for Google that they can it can recognize and somehow take it into account for the ranking?
Yeah, this there was this big debate. I remember around 2015, 16, maybe a little earlier, around the impact of social signals. And it's a difficult, noisy signal. And if Google were to, let's just pretend for a second, right? If, say, social signals would decide what shows up in organic search, it would be a lot of polarizing content, right? Because polarizing content typically works pretty well in social media. Plus, it's not always super helpful content. Sometimes it's just memes or whatever, right? So entertainment on social networks is much more important than in search, where search is all about education and helping you find an answer. It's all about discovery and finding things, but it's not about entertainment, where social media is about entertainment as well. So I don't think that Google uses social signals directly, simply because it's such a noisy source of data. I do, however, or I do think that social networks, and especially Twitter, can help Google identify new trends or new things, and that if something trends or explodes on social media, it might be a freshness signal for Google as well. For example, for evolving news or so. I have no idea how Google measures that directly, but there's a high correlation between things that trend on social media and things that increase in search volume. The problem is that not enough SEOs look at social media to predict what will have a lot of search volume in SEO. So that's kind of my hidden tip here at this point. But I think that social media is a good reflection of what people are interested in. Google tries to map what people are interested in or surf what people are interested in. So there will be probably some way that Google can quantify this. But I don't think that Google looks specifically at hard social signals to say that certain sites should rank higher than others.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you. That's interesting. So I actually have a few more questions, but we're really running low of time, and I'll stop here with my questions to give some time to the questions from our audience, as we have a few more questions from them. So the first one, is it good to use own server to host video to put in page instead of YouTube embedding, or will it work same in ranking?
I have not observed a benefit from hosting videos yourself. And another thing to factor in is that if you host on YouTube, you can tap into the YouTube audience. So your content or your video can be discovered through more channels than search or your site. It can also be discovered through YouTube search or through recommended videos on YouTube. So generally, it seems that unless you want to gate videos, that YouTube seems to be the preferred site to host videos on, but not because it has a better impact on SEO, more so because there are all sorts of secondary benefits from hosting on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And another question, I think it is related to Google changing the titles in search engine result pages. Is it good to change title every month if our title contain months and year?
Maybe. Maybe I would try it out. I would test it and see how it performs. And typically, you'll see that it only makes sense when freshness is a factor, right? So you can use your own quote unquote common sense to see, hey, is this timely or is this relevant? Or you can see if Google prefers in the top results newer results, and that would be an indicator for me to say we should every month include the month at the end of the title, or at least a year.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Okay, one more question. Let me read it. Subdomains versus subdirectories versus separate domains. So what's better for a merge store, funnels, membership, community, and front-facing site setup for a new brand built out?
Subdirectories. I know it's like another one of these huge battles in SEO. So if you want to infuriate the whole SEO scene, just say something on Twitter like subdomains are better than subdirectories. I had the opportunity to test this multiple times on large domains, and I've always seen subdirectories come out on top because it seems that Google can better associate the root domain with subdirectories and transfer at least some of the trust and link equity, where subdomains can work, but it seems that Google still regards them as a separate domain from the root domain, which technically also makes a lot of sense. So I'm all pro subdirectory.
Cool. Wrapping up, I have one very generic question to you, but maybe you have your forecast for the future of SEO, for the future trends. So trends, what you see like the most promising thing in SEO in the next, let's say, 10 years?
Yeah, 10 years is always, oh man, it's difficult, because if you think back 10 years, 2012, a lot has happened since 2012. And then interestingly, I mean, SEO has changed fundamentally. So if you look at the last 10 years, Google has become much better in understanding user intent. Google shows way more direct answers than in 2012. We're talking about 10 search results 10 years ago. That's not the case anymore. Most search results do not show 10 results on the first page anymore. So that, if I had to speculate about the future, I would say that some of these trends will intensify. I think that there will be more keywords where Google just gives the answer straight up, or tries to have a transaction on their own site. So I think there will be more keywords that are going to become basically not worth going after in SEO. And I think that generally rich media, videos, images, audio, will become more important, because that's where the world is going, right? The world is going towards video and more immersive experiences, and Google will follow suit, even though slowly.
Okay, great forecast.
Let's see. We'll see. We'll talk again in 10 years.
We'll make another SEO party in 10 years and see if your prediction was correct or not. Cool. Yeah, Kevin, it was a really cool conversation. I enjoyed it a lot. Thanks for coming. Thanks for taking your time. I think it was super insightful for our audience, and really hope to see you in the future in our next events. Thank you.
Thank you too. It's been a pleasure to be here. And thanks for all the questions.
Thanks. Okay, guys, so thanks a lot for being with us today. This event was brought to you by Plurdy, our company. Plurdy is a tool that is used by SEO specialists in 43 countries, and it helps to ultimately reduce risk of traffic loss and analyze up to 1 million pages automatically. And with our tool, clients have seen amazing results of sales funnel growing up to 35%. And I now want to make a final reminder that all participants who are registered at our SEO party have a chance to book a demo and to see the product themselves, and afterwards have it with 30% discount on all yearly subscription. You just need to use promo code SEO Party 2022. It is in the description, so make sure to check it out. And the promo code is active only for 48 hours after the event. So again, thanks a lot to everyone who was with us today. Thanks to all speakers, and we really hope to see you at our next events. The recording from today's event will be available for you soon. So please feel free to share it with your colleagues, with your friends. I think there were tons of advices and interesting tips that might be helpful for more people. So have a great rest of your day. Have a good night, and thanks a lot for joining us. Bye-bye.